Chapter 674. Yi Tianhua was shocked when he heard Xue Zhizheng's words. He then remembered that Xue Zhizheng was the hall master of the Tantric Thunder sect. What did the Tantric Thunder sect do? They produced firearms. Yi Tianhua's expression changed when he thought of those powerful firearms. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren shouted, "Yi Tianhua, are you afraid? If you are, then hurry up and agree to my conditions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Yi Tianhua sighed. "Zhong Chunren, why do you have to do this? I know you're upset about losing your only son, but I don't know about this. I just want to go back and investigate to see what happened. Then, I'll give you an answer." "Can't I do that?" Zhong Chunren shook his head after hearing Yi Tianhua's words. "Yi Tianhua, I don't trust you at all. I suspect that you're just trying to take the opportunity to slip away and not care about this anymore." Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, why don't you trust me? If it were you, would you agree on the spot?" Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Zhong Chunren's answer. "Zhong Chunren, you won't agree either. If this is fake, then I've been fooled by you. Therefore, I have to investigate this thoroughly." Zhong Chunren was furious when he heard this. "Isn't this clear enough? Unless you can tell me that the snow leopards can move around and don't have their own territory. If that's the case, then I won't hold you responsible." Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. "However, the snow leopards have their own territory and don't move around. Therefore, the flaming stone is in the snow leopard's territory. Isn't this clear enough?" Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, I admit that what you said makes sense. It's impossible for the snow leopards to move around. However, why didn't I know about this? Do you think this is normal?" Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Zhong Chunren's answer. "Zhong Chunren, every piece of information from the Shadow Alliance has to be investigated thoroughly in order to ensure its authenticity. Otherwise, the Shadow Alliance wouldn't have been in business for so many years without any problems. Zhong Chunren, I've always been suspicious about this matter. What's the reason why I didn't know about the snow leopard's existence? Therefore, I have to investigate this matter thoroughly. This matter is very important. It concerns the reputation of the Shadow Alliance. I have to treat it seriously." Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, I don't care how many reasons you give me. You're wrong. You have to be responsible." Yi Tianhua shook his head. "LT's right or wrong. There must be a reason we don't know the reason. We have to find a way to find a solution to this problem. If I agree to your conditions now, what if something happens on your side? Wouldn't it be too late for me to regret it? That's why I have to investigate thoroughly." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. We're the ones who got hurt. How could there be a problem on our side? It's clearly your fault. I didn't expect you to blame it on us. I think you don't want to get involved in this matter. That's why you found so many excuses to defend yourself." Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked coldly, "Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that we made a mistake?" Yuan Weiqing coldly snorted, "How could it be fake? In addition to Zhong Huasheng, we also lost 2 senior craftsmen. Do you know how big our losses are? Our secret thunder school doesn't have many senior craftsmen to begin with, and now we've lost 2 of them. Yi Tianhua, I think you deliberately did this to harm our secret thunder school." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was furious. He wanted to teach Yuan Weiqing a lesson again. However, when he thought that Yuan Weiqing was a member of the Tanlei sect, he was a little afraid. "Yuan Weiqing, we'll naturally give you a satisfactory answer after we investigate this matter." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. "Now let's talk about An Hongda and Du Wudai. The 2 of them were seriously injured by you. How are you going to compensate us?" Yuan Weiqing snorted coldly. "If your Shadow Alliance hadn't gone back on your words and harmed so many of our people, how could this have happened? Yi Tianhua, if you hadn't agreed to our conditions, we wouldn't have attacked An Hongda and Du Wudai. Yi Tianhua, since you've agreed to our conditions, we'll naturally agree to your conditions. If you don't agree to our conditions and just want us to agree to your conditions, I can only tell you that you're dreaming. It's impossible. Zhong Chunren also sneered. That's right. As long as you agree to our conditions, and Hongda and Du Wudai's matter will naturally be negotiable. However, if you don't agree to our conditions, don't expect us to agree to an Hongda and Du Wudai's matter. After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua let out a long breath and calmed his anger. Then he slowly said, Zhong Chunren, I've said it many times. I suspect there's another reason for the snow leopard's matter. So please let me find out the reason, and then I'll give you an answer. But why do you want me to give you an answer now? This is clearly unreasonable. How can I answer you? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. However, an Hongda and Du Wudai's matter is obvious. They were attacked by you and that's why they were injured. No matter what you say, there's nothing you can do to change this. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I won't agree. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, your matter is obvious. You have to investigate my matter. What do you mean? Do you suspect that my son Zhong Huasheng's matter is fake? Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, and the two senior craftsmen of our Tantric Thunder sect. Are they fake as well? Yi Tianhua, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Yi Tianhua heard this and sighed. You keep saying that Zhong Huasheng's matter is obvious. Then let me ask you, did I see the snow leopard? Did I see the snow leopard attacking Zhong Huasheng? Also, was there a snow leopard next to the flaming stone? How would I know if all of this is true? If all of this is fake, then you're deliberately trying to deceive me. What should I do? Therefore, I won't agree to your conditions now. Only after I find out the truth and prove that Zhong Huasheng and the two craftsmen were killed by the snow leopard next to the flaming stone will I agree to your conditions. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's eyes turned cold and he shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, you dare to doubt me? Then let me ask you, are you willing to let your son be killed by the snow leopard? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, this isn't the same thing. If my son went to look for the flaming stone, the first thing he would pay attention to would be his safety. Without a guarantee of safety, I won't let my son take the risk. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, you make it sound so nice. Have you forgotten who you are? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he continued. Yi Tianhua, you're a member of the Shadow Alliance. The Shadow Alliance mainly relies on selling information. Since you rely on selling information, then your information must be true. When you sold the information about the flaming stone to us, if there was a snow leopard nearby, you would definitely sell this information to us. This is because as long as you tell us this information, we'll definitely pay for it. It's for this reason that I trust the Shadow Alliance. Since you didn't tell us about the snow leopard, I naturally didn't inquire about it. Since there's no danger on Green Peak Mountain, why would we send a large number of experts to protect them? Although we have many experts in the Tantric Thunder sect, it's not infinite. They have a lot of things to do. Why would they waste their time on Green Peak Mountain where there's no danger? However, the Shadow Alliance betrayed my trust in you. You knew that the snow leopard was on Green Peak Mountain and that the flaming stone was in its territory, but you didn't tell us. You allowed us to lose so many people. Besides my son, there were also two of the most important craftsmen in the Tantric Thunder sect. Yi Tianhua, tell me, why did you do this? You knew that the snow leopard was on Green Peak Mountain, but you didn't tell us. What were you thinking? What was your purpose? Can you tell me? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I deeply sympathize with your situation. However, I still have to say the same thing. I don't know what's going on, so I'll have to investigate thoroughly before I can give you an answer. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't lie to me. The problem must be in the Shadow Alliance. Even if you go back to investigate and find the person who lied to you, won't you care? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly shook his head. Zhong Chunren, how can I not care? As long as I find out the truth and it's really like what you said, that someone deliberately concealed the snow leopard from me, I'll definitely punish him severely and give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, that means, after you find the person who lied to you, you'll have to negotiate with me, right? Yi Tianhua nodded. Of course. If I find the person who lied to me, I'll definitely make him bear the consequences and compensate you for your loss. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren nodded again. Yi Tianhua, when the time comes, will you agree to my conditions? Yi Tianhua stared blankly for a moment before shaking his head. Zhong Chunren, I can agree to the first condition, 500,000 gold coins. However, I still can't agree to the second condition. 5 years of free information is too long. I won't agree to it. Zhong Chunren shook his head. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. Yi Tianhua, since you say 5 years is too long, then tell me, how long will it take for you to agree to it? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before he raised a finger and said slowly, at most 1 year. Even if the Shadow Alliance was wrong and someone lied to me and didn't tell me about the snow leopard, I can only promise you 1 year of free information. If it's more than that, I won't agree to it no matter what. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Zhong Chunren could say anything, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you're too cunning. We've lost so much. Do you think that just 1 year of free information is enough to compensate us? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Yi Tianhua's reply. Yi Tianhua, do you know that our Vice Hall Master Zhong only had 1 son? Now, his only son was killed by the snow leopard because of you. Also, our Tanlei sect has 2 senior craftsmen. Do you think they're not important? You should know how difficult it is to train a senior craftsman. It's even more difficult than practicing martial arts. Our secret Thunder sect has to select the most talented people from countless people, and we have to pay a huge price to cultivate a senior craftsman. However, because of you, we've lost 2 senior craftsmen. Do you know what this means for our Tanlei sect? Our strength will weaken by a lot. Each of our craftsmen has their own specialty. After losing these 2 senior craftsmen, our Tanlei sect's firearms will decrease by a lot. This is because some firearms are unique to our craftsmen. Others can't make them. Yi Tianhua, you've caused such a huge loss to our Tanlei sect. Do you think that 500,000 gold coins and 1 year of free information will be enough to exchange for our 2 senior craftsmen and Vice Hall Master Zhong's only son? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed inwardly. Although he didn't know the manufacturing process of the Tanlei sect, he knew that every craftsman, especially senior craftsman, was very rare. Just like Yuan Weiqing said, every craftsman knew different things. After losing these 2 senior craftsmen, there would definitely be some things that couldn't be made anymore. This was the greatest loss for the Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua also understood Zhong Chunren's anger a little. Chapter 675. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I know that your Tan Thunder sect has suffered heavy losses, but I didn't know about this matter. As for the reason behind it, we don't dare to make a judgment. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to compensate you, but this matter is too strange. I need to find out what's going on before I can give you a satisfactory answer. Yuan Weiqing, believe me, if the Shadow Alliance is really wrong, I will find the reason and compensate you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered a few times to express his disdain. Yi Tianhua, you still dare to quibble. Whether you know about this matter or not, it's the Shadow Alliance's fault. You have to solve it today. Otherwise, do you think our Tan Thunder sect will let you off easily after suffering such heavy losses? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he continued. Yi Tianhua, stop dreaming. Even if you escape today, do you think our Tan Thunder sect will let you go after suffering such heavy losses? So, even if you go to the ends of the earth, our Tan Thunder sect will not let you go. Yi Tianhua, if you know what's good for you, you'll solve the problem today. If you don't, Then we can only talk with our fists. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, don't you think this matter is strange? Yuan Weiqing sneered. What's strange about it? Your Shadow Alliance deliberately wanted to harm us, so you didn't tell us about the snow leopard and caused our Tan Thunder sect to suffer heavy losses. Is there anything strange about this? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, then let me ask you, why would I want to harm you? What good would it do me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, of course you'll benefit from harming us. As long as you kill all of our senior craftsmen step by step, you'll be able to easily defeat us. Isn't that a benefit? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, what good will it do us if we defeat you? We mainly rely on selling information, while you mainly rely on selling firearms. What good will it do me if I destroy you? Zhong Chunren sneered. Of course there are many benefits. As long as you defeat us, you can make our secret Thunder sect submit. At that time, you can sell information and firearms. Won't you be rolling in money? There are many benefits. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, don't tell me you've never thought about it. Although your Shadow Alliance mainly relies on selling information, your income is far less than our secret Thunder sects. I think this might be one of the reasons why you're trying to harm us. The firearms produced by our secret Thunder sect are very powerful, so their profits are naturally quite high. You must have seen this point, so you want to attack us. As soon as Zhong Chunren's voice fell, Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, yes, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. The reason why you're attacking our secret Thunder sect is because of this. You see that our secret Thunder sect's firearms are very profitable, so you want to defeat us and take them for your own. Yi Tianhua, this is your purpose. You want to harm our secret Thunder sect. There's no mistake about it. Hearing the two's words, Xue Zhizheng's eyes narrowed. He suddenly realized that Yi Tianhua really had a reason to harm the secret Thunder sect. As the Hall Master of the secret Thunder sect, he naturally knew how profitable the firearms were. In front of such a huge profit, Xue Zhizheng really couldn't guarantee that Yi Tianhua wouldn't be tempted. If Yi Tianhua was tempted, he would set up this plan to weaken the strength of the secret Thunder sect step by step. When the strength of the secret Thunder sect was weakened to a certain extent, they would attack and defeat the secret Thunder sect. At that time, the secret Thunder sect would have no other choice but to surrender. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked coldly, Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Yi Tianhua, our Hall Master has seen through your trick. If you're still a man, quickly admit it, so that we won't look down on you. After hearing everyone's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and sighed, Hall Master Xue, if I wanted to do this, how could you see through it? What's more, even if I did as you said, would your secret Thunder sect surrender? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him, he continued. Hall Master Xue, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Your secret Thunder sect is only a branch of the secret Thunder sect. Even if we defeat your secret Thunder sect, will your secret Thunder sect surrender? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. If your secret Thunder sect really surrenders, will the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect know? If the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect knows, will they just stand by and do nothing? That's impossible. The secret Thunder sect is very powerful. Once they know that someone is going against the secret Thunder sect of the South County, they will definitely not let us off easily. At that time, can the Shadow Alliance of the South County fight against the huge secret Thunder sect? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. However, he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued. Hall Master Xue, I don't think you need to know that the Shadow Alliance of the South County can't fight against the huge secret Thunder sect. If the two sides really fight, I'm sure that the secret Thunder sect can easily defeat the Shadow Alliance of the South County. If that's the case, why would I ask for trouble and provoke the secret Thunder sect of the South County? There are so many small sects that I don't provoke, but I have to provoke the huge secret Thunder sect. Hall Master Shui, if it's just for some profits, do you think I would do such a stupid thing? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhizheng could not help but frown. He suddenly realized that Yi Tianhua's words made sense. If Yi Tianhua was really the one who had set up the Tantra sect and wanted to wipe them out, then the Tantra sect would be destroyed. By doing this, although Yi Tianhua could obtain the profits of the secret Thunder sect, he would have to face the attack of the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect. The headquarters of the secret Thunder sect was very powerful. It was definitely not something that the Shadow Alliance of the South County could compare to. Since Yi Tianhua knew that the Shadow Alliance of the South County could not defeat the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect, then wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself by doing this? He might even be killed by the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect. Shui Zhizheng believed that Yi Tianhua would definitely see through this. Could it be that this matter was really not part of Yi Tianhua's plan? At this moment, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, you need to use flowery words to deceive our Hall Master Shui. Let me tell you, we won't believe you." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, "Zhong Chunren, then tell me, if I really set up the secret Thunder sect of the South County, even if you surrender, how should I deal with the revenge of the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhizheng hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren, wanting to hear his explanation. Zhong Chunren clapped his hands. "Yi Tianhua, that's a good plan. You might be able to fool a lot of people, but you won't be able to fool me." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment and sneered. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued. "Yi Tianhua, in fact, if you want to get the profits of the secret Thunder sect of the South County, you don't have to make them surrender. You just need to make them surrender. At that time, the Shadow Alliance will be the Shadow Alliance, and the secret Thunder sect will be the secret Thunder sect. The two sides will not contact each other, but in fact, you will control the secret Thunder sect of the South County. As long as you control the secret Thunder sect of the South County, the profits of the secret Thunder sect of the South County will be your profits. Yi Tianhua, if you do this, are you worried that the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect will pursue you? Haha, no one will know. Only a few people know that you control the secret Thunder sect of the South County. How will the headquarters of the secret Thunder sect know? Yi Tianhua, am I right?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng could not help but frown. If what Zhong Chunren said was true, then he, the Hall Master of the secret Thunder sect of the South County, would be the first to bear the brunt of Yi Tianhua's target. Or, if Yi Tianhua controlled him, it would be equivalent to controlling the secret Thunder sect of the South County. Thinking of this, Shui Zhizheng's expression could not help but change. If it was as Yuan Weiqing said, Yi Tianhua would set up the secret Thunder sect of the South County and weaken their strength. At a certain time, Yi Tianhua would launch a general attack. At that time, the weakened secret Thunder sect of the South County would definitely not be a match for the Shadow Alliance. At that time, what should he do? Resist. What could he use to resist? The secret Thunder sect's greatest reliance was the powerful firearms set up by the high-level craftsmen. Without these things, what could they use to resist the attack of the Shadow Alliance? If Yi Tianhua really thought so, then Yi Tianhua's chances of success were very high. Now, the secret Thunder sect of the South County had already lost 2 craftsmen. There were only 8 craftsmen left. If Yi Tianhua used a few more strategies, then none of the 8 high-level craftsmen would be left. At that time, without these high-level craftsmen to produce firearms, the secret Thunder sect of the South County would be in vain. Thinking of this, Shui Zhizheng's forehead finally broke out in cold sweat. Even if he was injured just now, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. However, after understanding all of this, he was really a little shocked. If what Zhong Chunren said was true, then the secret Thunder sect of the South County was in extreme danger now. Yi Tianhua saw the changing expression on Shui Zhizheng's face and was shocked. He asked quickly, "Hall Master Shui, you don't believe that I would really do such a thing, right?" After hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Shui Zhizheng woke up from his deep thought. He raised his head and looked at Yi Tianhua in front of him. He suddenly sneered, "Yi Tianhua, what else do you have to explain now?" At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong has already said your plan. Do you think that Vice Hall Master Zhong is wrong? Yi Tianhua, I originally thought that the loss of our 2 senior craftsmen was really an accident. I never expected that this was actually a trap set up by you. Yi Tianhua, you're so ruthless. What enmity does our secret thunder sect of the South County have with you for you to plot against us? Yi Tianhua, I really misjudged you. I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect that you're just a villain. You're just a villain who schemed against our secret thunder sect of the South County. Yi Tianhua, if we don't make things clear today, none of us will leave today. Looking at the flustered and exasperated Xue Zhizheng, Yi Tianhua sighed in his heart. He knew that Xue Zhizheng had already believed Zhong Chuanren's words. However, even if Xue Zhizheng had already believed Zhong Chuanren's words, so what? He didn't do that. He didn't even know about the snow leopard. This was a mystery. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If this was really a trap, then who was the one who set this trap? Xue Zhizheng. He was the hall master of the secret thunder sect of the South County. What good would it do him to set this trap? Yi Tianhua's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He kept guessing in his heart. Who did this? Zhong Chunren? But it didn't seem like it. Yi Tianhua believed that no matter who it was, they wouldn't use their son to set up a trap to frame others. This was because even if they succeeded, their son would be lost. Moreover, Zhong Chunren only had one son. If he lost this son, he would never have another son. Therefore, Yi Tianhua guessed that this trap was not set up by Zhong Chunren. If it was really set up by him, then the loss would be too great. Who else could have set this trap? Right, the news he received only told him about the flaming stone, but he didn't know about the snow leopard. Could it be that there were bad people among his subordinates? If it was done by his subordinates, then they must know that only the secret thunder sect of the South County needed the flaming stone. Moreover, they also knew that the flaming stone was in the snow leopard's territory. As long as the secret thunder sect of the South County sent people to look for the flaming stone, they would definitely encounter the snow leopard. If it was really done by his subordinates, it seemed that this matter could also be done. However, why? Why would they do this? Yi Tianhua believed that he treated his subordinates well. He never believed that anyone would betray him. Although there was a lot of mystery now, Yi Tianhua still couldn't believe that these things were really done by his subordinates. Then, if it wasn't done by his subordinates, who could it be? Chapter 676. Seeing that Yi Tianhua didn't answer for a long time, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, don't you admit it? All of this is your plan. Your goal is to weaken the strength of the secret thunder sect in the South County and then attack us. Yi Tianhua, since you've already done something wrong, why don't you know how to repent? Yi Tianhua raised his head and looked at Zhong Chunren, who was shouting. He laughed bitterly. Zhong Chunren, I admit that what you said makes sense. However, I still stand by my words. I really didn't know that there was a snow leopard on Green Tower Mountain. I really didn't know. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he laughed coldly and continued. So, I have to investigate this matter thoroughly and find out who did it. If I find out who did it, clap, clap. Just as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing clapped his hands. Yi Tianhua, you're so good at acting. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, and he suddenly sneered, but you don't have to pretend anymore. We already know about your plan. There's no point in pretending anymore. You should think about how to make it up to us. Yi Tianhua shook his head. I haven't investigated this matter thoroughly, so I can't give you an answer. However, I can promise you that once I find out the truth, I'll make it up to you. Yuan Weiqing sneered when he heard this. Yi Tianhua, do you want to think of a way to compensate us after destroying the Tantra sect in the South County? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to roar angrily. Yi Tianhua, don't even think about it. You have to settle this matter today. Otherwise, we won't let you leave. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, Do you think that you can stop me if I want to leave? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, don't think that we can't stop you just because you're strong. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, with Hall Master Shui here today, it won't be that easy for you to leave. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua turned to Shui Zhijing and laughed bitterly. Hall Master Shui, don't you believe me? Shui Zhijing laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, why should I believe you? Why should I believe you? Zhong Chunren is to say that you're wrong? You've been plotting against South County's Tanlei sect for a long time. Do you think I'll let you go? Yi Tianhua, if you know you're wrong, then surrender immediately. Considering the good relationship between our two sects, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Master Shui, do you really think I'll do that? Before Shui Zhijing could speak, Zhong Chunren shouted, Yi Tianhua, you still want to deny it? The evidence is conclusive. You have no other choice but to surrender. Shui Zhijing nodded. Yi Tianhua, you should surrender. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for the four of us. If we really fight, we'll hurt each other. If we accidentally hurt you, it'll be too late for regrets. After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Master Shui, since things have come to this, I can only take my leave first. Once I've investigated this matter, I'll come back and tell you all about it. Haha, as soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren laughed. Yi Tianhua, do you think you can leave just like that? Stop dreaming. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua slowly turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and asked word by word, Zhong Chunren, do you want to stop me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I know your martial arts are strong. Even if we want to stop you, I'm afraid we can't. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he turned around and pointed at an Hongda and Du Wudai not far away. Yi Tianhua, you can leave, but you don't even care about them. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He frowned and thought for a moment, then sighed. Zhong Chunren, after I leave, I hope you won't hurt them. When I come back, I'll be grateful. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed. Yi Tianhua, are you dreaming? You're our enemy. You schemed to frame our South County's Tanlei sect. Now you want to escape regardless of anything. Do you think we'll be polite to people like you? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing turned around and pointed at an Hongda and Du Wudai. He sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, if you dare to leave now, we'll kill them immediately. None of them will be left alive, so as to avoid future troubles. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was so shocked that his face changed. He said in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, you're so ruthless. What grudge do you have with them? How dare you do this to them? Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't you know what grudge we have? You want to frame our South County's Tanlei sect. Isn't that a grudge? Now, you've already harmed Vice Hall Master Zhong's only son, Zhong Huasheng, and 2 senior craftsmen of our South County's Tanlei sect. If we let you continue to develop, sooner or later, our South County's Tanlei sect will be destroyed by your Shadow Alliance. Yi Tianhua, isn't such a grudge enough? Do you have to destroy our South County's Tanlei sect to have a grudge? Zhong Chunren also shouted from the side, Yi Tianhua, wake up. Don't harm others and yourself. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Yi Tianhua sighed as he listened to the two shouting madly. Now, do you all think that I'm the one who did it? Shui Zhijing sighed. Yi Tianhua, you're the most powerful person in the Shadow Alliance. Do you think the Shadow Alliance would dare to do this without your consent? Yi Tianhua, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. For your own benefit, you didn't hesitate to destroy our South County's Tanlei sect. I really misjudged you. Seeing Shui Zhijing's pained expression, Yi Tianhua was angry. This matter clearly had nothing to do with him, but these people insisted that he did it. This was simply too infuriating. Hall Master Shui, I don't care if you believe me or not. This matter has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't know that there was a snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him. Hall Master Xue, let's all take a step back now. Let me go back and investigate what's going on. Then, I'll definitely give you an answer. Hall Master Xue, what do you think? This time, before Xue Zhizheng could answer, Yuan Weiqing had already shouted first, Yi Tianhua, even now, you still don't know how to repent. You actually want to slip away? Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, I originally didn't believe that you were such a person, but seeing your attitude today, I really believe that you must have done this. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be willing to solve the problem and instead want to slip away? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua said angrily, Zhong Chunren, why would I slip away? If I did this, then why would I participate in your date? Wouldn't it be better if I didn't come? You can't find me. Wouldn't I be safer this way? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, you've finally said your true thoughts. You want to slip away now and hide so that we can't find you. You want to hide this matter, right? Yi Tianhua said angrily, no, why would I hide this matter? Such a big thing happened, do you think I can hide it? Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, why not? Yi Tianhua, all you need to do is slip away and find a place where there is no one. As long as you hide for a day or so, this matter will be over. All you need to do is hide. After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said angrily, no matter what, before this matter is investigated clearly, I won't agree to your conditions. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, unless you agree to the first condition, I'll pay you 500,000 gold coins. As for the second condition, don't even think about it. It's impossible. I won't agree to the condition of giving you free information for 5 years. Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, my son was killed by the snow leopard just like that, and you're not going to do anything? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, when did I say that I'm not going to do anything? I just said that I'll go back and investigate clearly, and then give you a satisfactory answer. I didn't say that I'm not going to do anything about this matter. Please don't misunderstand. Zhong Chunren snorted coldly, Yi Tianhua, don't lie to us. Now that things have come to this, do you think you can still lie to us? You keep saying that you want to solve the problem, but your real intention is to find a way to slip away and find a place where there is no one to hide, right? As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing also shouted, no, not only does Yi Tianhua want to slip away, I'm afraid he doesn't want to hide. He wants to continue to frame our Tanlei sect in the South County and destroy our Tanlei sect. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He said angrily, Yi Tianhua, it seems that we can't let you go today. If we let you slip away, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Our Tanlei sect in the South County will never have a peaceful time. After hearing everyone's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly in his heart. He had never expected that things would develop to this point. He originally thought that it had nothing to do with him, but now it had become irrefutable evidence that he was the one who did it. Not only that, it could even be said that he had an even more sinister purpose, which was to destroy the Tanlei sect in the South County. Yi Tianhua did not have such thoughts. It could even be said that he had never thought of destroying the Tanlei sect in the South County. He only hoped that everyone would be peaceful and did not want anyone to fight. However, a fight had come knocking on his door. Seeing that Yi Tianhua did not answer, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, do you agree to my condition or not? If you don't agree, we won't be polite anymore. Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, I can't agree to this because I haven't figured out the reason why I didn't know that there was a snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. Since I don't know the truth, how do you want me to solve this matter? Zhong Chunren shook his head, I don't care what the reason is in the Shadow Alliance. My son was killed by the snow leopard because of you. This is the truth. The 2 high-level craftsmen of the Tanlei sect in the South County were also killed by the snow leopard because of your unspeakable motive. Yi Tianhua, no matter what you say now, I won't believe you anymore. I just want to know, how do you want to solve my son's matter? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, it's not that I don't want to solve your problem, but I don't know what happened. How should I solve your problem? Zhong Chunren said angrily. Then tell me, is this because of the Shadow Alliance in the South County? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before he slowly shook his head. I don't know what happened. How can I be sure that this is not because of the Shadow Alliance in the South County? After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, are you saying that this matter is not because of the Shadow Alliance? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I have no idea how this matter happened, so I can't answer your question. Zhong Chunren said angrily. Yi Tianhua, is there anything wrong with this? This is clearly a scheme set up by the Shadow Alliance to frame the Tanlei sect in the South County. Why don't you dare to admit it? Yi Tianhua shook his head again. Zhong Chunren, if we really did this, then I will definitely admit it. But we didn't do this, so how can I admit it? After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren was furious. Yi Tianhua, you still dare to deny it? Do you think we're all fools? How can we not see such an obvious thing? Yuan Weiqing snorted coldly. Yi Tianhua, we're not fools. We've already seen through everything you've done. Now, we just want to see if you'll compensate us. If you don't care about this matter, then don't blame us for being rude. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. I've already said it. It's not that I don't want to admit it, but we didn't do it. How can I admit it? Chapter 677. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was instantly enraged. Yi Tianhua, what do you want? Now that the evidence is conclusive, you're still trying to deny it. Do you think that we can't do anything to you? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I'm not trying to deny it, but this matter is too strange. I really can't figure out where the problem lies. Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, you still dare to say where the problem lies? Do you think that we're easy to bully? Is that why you're trying to deny it? Yuan Weiqing also said loudly from the side. Yi Tianhua, do you really think that we can't do anything to you? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. If we want to deal with you, with just you alone, it's absolutely impossible for you to be a match for the four of us. I advise you to honestly agree to our conditions, otherwise, An Hongda and Du Wudai will end up like you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, do you really think that the few of you are a match for me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, don't tell me that you don't want to agree to our conditions just because you're strong. Let me tell you, no matter how strong your martial arts are, you definitely won't be a match for the four of us. Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to our conditions, we'll let you go. Otherwise, if we attack you, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, although you're not a match for me, I don't want to fight with you. After all, your son was killed by the snow leopard. I don't want to bully you anymore. As long as you let us go today, I can guarantee that I'll investigate this matter as soon as possible. When the time comes, no matter who did this, I won't let them go. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you really think that you can fool us with your lies? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but before Yi Tianhua could reply, he snorted coldly and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, we've already seen through your plan. Now, no matter what you say, you can't fool us. I advise you to agree to our conditions. Otherwise, it'll be too late for you to regret it when we really make a move. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you really want us to do it? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but before Yi Tianhua could reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, if we make a move, it won't just be a matter of the few of us. I'm afraid it will involve the battle between the South County Shadow Alliance and the South County Tanlei sect. At that time, can you bear this responsibility? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly. Zhong Chunren, I also know that it's very likely to cause a battle between our two sects. It's because of this reason that I came to your date to clarify this matter. However, don't you think this matter is very strange? There's a snow leopard on Green Tower Mountain. Is the problem with you guys or the Shadow Alliance? Who can guarantee where the problem is? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, if the problem is with the South County Shadow Alliance, I can guarantee that I'll give you a satisfactory answer. However, if the problem is with the South County Tanlei sect, don't blame me for being heartless. Not only will I not compensate you, but I'll also hold you responsible. After all, this matter is very bad for our reputation. You need to compensate us. Zhong Chunren, do you understand? I hope you can go back and investigate as soon as possible. If you're used by others and the news gets out, it won't be good for either of our sects. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was so angry that his eyes widened. Even his breathing became hurried. He pointed at Yi Tianhua and panted for a while before shouting sternly. Yi Tianhua, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Not only did you distort the truth, but you're also talking nonsense. It's clearly a matter of the South County Shadow Alliance, but you're saying that it's a matter of the South County Tanlei sect. You can even make up such a thing. Yi Tianhua, I really can't think of anything that you can't say. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, none of us can guarantee which side this matter happened. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, although you said that there was a problem on our side, let me ask you, where is the problem? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, stop pretending. This is obviously your plan. Why are you asking me about it? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I can guarantee that this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I have no idea how this matter happened, let alone frame you. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you think we'll fall for your trick just because you said that? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. You've deliberately set up this trap to frame our Tanlei sect in the South County. However, you've succeeded. At least in the Qingling Mountain incident, my son wasn't the only one killed by snow leopard. 2 senior craftsmen of our Tanlei sect in the South County were killed as well. There are very few senior craftsmen. You've framed 2 of our senior craftsmen at once. Speaking of which, your operation this time can be considered a success. Yi Tianhua, should I congratulate you? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, the 2 senior craftsmen of your Tanlei sect in the South County were killed by the snow leopards on Qingling Mountain. This is a matter of your Tanlei sect in the South County. What does it have to do with me? It's just a loss of your Tanlei sect in the South County. What benefits does it bring to our Shadow Alliance? Why would I frame you? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, I didn't expect your memory to be so bad. We've already talked about it just now. Why did you frame the senior craftsman of our South County Tanlei sect? You just want to weaken the strength of our South County Tanlei sect bit by bit, and then attack us. You want to take our South County Tanlei sect as your subordinate. Yi Tianhua, you're so cruel. Our South County Tanlei sect and your Shadow Alliance have never interfered with each other. You're just doing this for a little profit. Yi Tianhua, you've really made me see you in a new light. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, what you said is very simple. However, if what you said is really implemented, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, think about it. Even if I set up the senior craftsman of the Tantra sect in the South County to weaken the strength of the Tantra sect in the South County, once the senior craftsmen of the Tantra sect in the South County are killed, what is left of the Tantra sect? Without the senior craftsmen of your South County Tanlei sect, even if I subdue you, what's the use? Zhong Chunren, without those senior craftsmen, what's the use of subduing your South County Tanlei sect? Do you think I can only take your territory? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. This is just a trick. Our South County Tanlei sect has a total of 10 craftsmen. You don't need to kill all 10 of them. You only need to kill half of them to weaken the strength of our South County Tanlei sect. At that time, as long as you defeat our South County Tanlei sect, you still have half of the senior craftsmen to use. At that time, you'll still get a lot of profit. Can't you do that? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren immediately sneered. Yi Tianhua, what else do you have to say? Your plan has been seen through by us. You don't need to kill all of our craftsmen because they won't benefit you. You only need to kill a part of them and weaken the strength of our South County Tanlei sect. At that time, you can still get what you want. Yi Tianhua, don't quibble anymore. Quickly agree to our conditions. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you're wrong. Everything you said is just your imagination. You said that I schemed to kill the senior craftsman of your South County Tanlei sect in order to weaken the strength of your South County Tanlei sect and then defeat your South County Tanlei sect. However, what evidence do you have? What evidence do you have to prove that what happened on Qingling Mountain was my plan? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, didn't you hear what Yuan Weiqing said just now? Do you think he's wrong? Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, what you said is completely wrong. If you say so, then I can also say that it's a plan set up by your South County Tanlei sect. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him. Just like what you said just now, this matter was originally a plan set up by your South County Tanlei sect. Then through this matter, you blamed it on me and then took advantage of it. Can't you do this? Can't the truth of this matter be like this? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was furious. He pointed at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly. Yi Tianhua, do you mean that I deliberately framed my own son and then blamed it on you in order to get your 500,000 gold coins? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I didn't say that. It's just an example. What I want to say is that this matter is very strange. Why did it happen when I didn't know anything about it? Therefore, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I want to see the truth of this matter. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, what is the truth? I can tell you now. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. The truth is that you want to frame our South County Tanlei sect and then defeat our South County Tanlei sect to take the huge profits of our South County Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua, this is your real purpose. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that this is just your imagination. I didn't do this, so I naturally won't admit it. If I did it, I wouldn't have come to your date. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused. He turned his head to look at An Hongda and Du Wudai before continuing. If I was the one who did this, why would I come here? Moreover, if I was the one who did this, why would we come here unprepared and let you injure An Hongda and Du Wudai? Yuan Weiqing, if I'm prepared for this matter, it's impossible for you to injure An Hongda and Du Wudai. Moreover, if this was really done by me, then I'm afraid that we would have already subdued you before you could even make a move. Yuan Weiqing, don't you understand? I don't mean any harm. I came here to solve this matter peacefully. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Zhong Chunren and sighed. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, I know that your son was killed by the snow leopard and you feel very sad, so I also want to compensate you. Of course, it's within my ability. I'll promise to give you some compensation. Just like how I promised to give you 500,000 gold coins. Although gold coins are important, they are definitely not as important as your son. The reason why I promised you was that you would feel better. However, after doing all this, not only are you not grateful to me, you're even asking for more. Zhong Chunren, this matter has nothing to do with me. Logically speaking, even if I don't compensate you, I won't let my conscience down. However, not only are you not grateful to me, you even injured An Hongda and Du Wudai, and they're still unconscious. Zhong Chunren, think about it carefully. Are you worthy of me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly from the side. Yi Tianhua, I really didn't expect that we've already seen through you and you're still quibbling over there. Indeed, you agreed to our first condition and wanted to give us 500,000 gold coins as compensation. However, isn't this something that should be done? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. Our Deputy Hall Master Zhong's only son was killed by the snow leopard. Yi Tianhua, Do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? Even if you say it, will we believe you? Chapter 678. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I don't understand why things have developed to this point. I clearly don't know anything, but you insist that I did it. Tell me, what did I do? Why did I do it? What benefits does it bring me? Can you tell me? Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, don't pretend to be pitiful anymore. It's useless for you to pretend now. We won't believe you anymore. I can tell you that we already know that everything was done by you. You deliberately didn't tell us about the snow leopard because you wanted to assassinate the senior craftsman of our Tanlei sect. But we didn't expect that Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng, also went. In the end, Zhong Huasheng was also killed by the snow leopard, which caused this matter. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he snorted and continued. Yi Tianhua, if it weren't for Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng, and the fact that you've only harmed 2 advanced blacksmiths, we might not have investigated you and allowed you to continue concealing the truth. Perhaps this was your plan. You knew that if we only lost the craftsman, we wouldn't find trouble with you. But you never expected that not only did we lose the craftsman, but we also lost Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng. Vice Hall Master Zhong lost his only son, so naturally, he wouldn't let you go easily. That's why we came to find trouble with you. And your plan was completely seen through by us. Yi Tianhua, this time we definitely won't let you go. If Vice Hall Master Zhong didn't see through your plan, perhaps your plan would have succeeded. At that time, the unlucky one would be our Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua looked at Yuan Weiqing with a dumbfounded expression. After a while, he reacted and said with a wry smile. Yuan Weiqing, I really didn't expect that you could think of so many problems through this matter. You're really a genius. Unfortunately, you used your wisdom in the wrong place. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's not that I didn't tell you about the snow leopard on purpose. As for how many people you lost because of this matter, to be honest, I really don't care, because this has nothing to do with me. Yuan Weiqing, use your wisdom and think about the problem. There must be something wrong with this matter. Think about where the problem is. As long as we solve the problem of your compensation will naturally be solved. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, haven't I made it clear enough? You did everything. You set up our Tanlei sect in the South County to defeat our Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua, you better stop quibbling. It's useless because we won't believe you anymore. Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, give us your solution. How are you going to compensate us? Otherwise, we won't let you go. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, how do you want to solve this? Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, I've already told you the solution. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused before continuing. There are a total of 2 conditions. One is to compensate with gold coins, and the other is to give you free information. As long as you agree to these 2 conditions, I'll let you go this time. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, if there's no second condition, I'll only choose the first one. Then tell me, how many gold coins should I give you to satisfy you? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, forget it. You can't afford the gold coins I want. You can only exchange it with the second condition. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've decided to only agree to your first condition. Tell me, how many gold coins do you want to end this matter? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Yi Tianhua, since you only want to give me gold coins, then I'll give you 3 million gold coins. If you agree, then we'll end this matter. What do you think? 3 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua looked at Zhong Chunren in shock, and couldn't help but exclaim, Zhong Chunren, are you crazy? Just now you wanted 2 million gold coins, how can you ask for 3 million gold coins in the blink of an eye? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, that was then, and this is now. Now you only need to give me 3 million gold coins, and we'll end this matter. If you delay any longer, I might ask for 4 million gold coins. Do you believe me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was instantly enraged. Zhong Chunren, are you playing with me? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, why would I play with you? I only want 3 million gold coins now. If you don't have it, then you have to agree to my second condition, and we'll end this matter. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I really don't have 3 million gold coins. You should change the price. I can't accept this price. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't want to bargain with you. I only want your compensation. If you agree, then we'll end this matter. If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I sincerely want to reconcile with you, but you're playing with me. You know that I don't have 3 million gold coins, but you still ask for such a high price. This is really hard for me to accept. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, if you don't have 3 million gold coins, you can promise me free information for 5 years. Is there a difference? Yi Tianhua sighed. No matter how much gold coins I give you, this number is fixed, and there won't be any changes. But 5 years of free information, there are too many changes. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he sighed and continued. Zhong Chunren, just like this matter now, just the news of the fire rising rock on the Green Tower Mountain has created so many changes. If it's 5 years of free information, then how many changes will there be? When that time comes, I'm afraid I won't only have to face this problem. Wouldn't that be terrible? Zhong Chunren, if that's really the case, then what do you think I should do? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned, but Yuan Weiqing beat him to it and said, Yi Tianhua, why don't you trust us so much? Our second condition is only to make up for the gold coins we lack. Other than that, we won't do anything else. You don't have to worry about that. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I'm not at ease. Just the news of the fire prickly rock on Green Tower Mountain has already caused such a commotion. And Hongda and Du Wudai have already been injured by you. Now that things have come to this, you actually want me to be at ease. Yuan Weiqing, tell me, if it were you, would you feel at ease? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you think we're the same as you? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued, Yi Tianhua, don't worry. Yi Tianhua, don't worry. Nothing will happen to us. As long as you agree to our second condition, we can guarantee that we won't cause any trouble for you. What do you think? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I can't take this risk. Although you've promised me now, if you go back on your word, then won't I be the one to suffer? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't worry. We won't do anything untrustworthy. What's more, what can we do with the information? We just want to exchange it for some gold coins. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if you use this free news to do something like today, what should I do? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Yi Tianhua sighed. You're not worried, but I am. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's why I won't agree to your condition. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Yi Tianhua, I promise you that after we get 5 years of free news, we won't use it to harm you. Don't worry. Zhong Chunren also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree, then give me 3 million gold coins. If you don't agree, then give me 5 years of free information and let me exchange it for 3 million gold coins. You can choose between these two conditions. Do you want to give me gold coins or do you want to give me free information? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I definitely don't have any gold coins, and I can't give you 5 years of free news. Is there a third option? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, why don't you agree? Are you afraid that we'll harm you? Yi Tianhua nodded calmly. That's right, I'm afraid that you'll harm me. That's why I don't dare to agree to your condition. Saying this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he continued. The situation at Qingling Mountain has already developed to this stage. If I agree to your condition for free, then won't there be more of such things happening in the future? What should I do then? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, how can I explain this so that you know that I don't have any ill intentions? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know either. Unless you have a way to guarantee that you won't use the 5 years of free news to do bad things, then I might agree to your condition. Otherwise, it's impossible. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said, Yi Tianhua, didn't I promise you just now? We're only using the free news to exchange for gold coins to recoup our losses. We definitely won't do anything else. Don't you believe us? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this kind of promise is useless. There are only a few of us here today. If you go back on your word in the future, I won't be able to prove that you said such a thing. So, you have to come up with some other way to guarantee that I'll believe you. Otherwise, I won't believe you no matter what. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren frowned. Yi Tianhua, then tell me, how can we guarantee that you'll agree to our condition? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't know either. If I knew what to do, I would have said it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly said loudly, if that's the case, then we swear that we won't use the 5 years of free news to harm you. That should be enough, right? Zhong Chunren also hurriedly said, that's right, Yi Tianhua. We can swear that we won't use the 5 years of free news to harm you. That should be enough for you to believe us. Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren and sighed. Zhong Chunren, if you were me, under these circumstances, would you believe me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said loudly, of course I would believe you. As people of the underworld, as long as we make an oath, we will definitely keep it. So, as long as you swear, I will definitely believe you. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua nodded with a smile and said slowly, since you believe my oath, that's great. I swear now that I will immediately go back and investigate this matter. After I've investigated this matter thoroughly, I will definitely give Zhong Chunren a satisfactory answer. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused and turned to look at Zhong Chunren before continuing. Zhong Chunren, if I swear like this, you should believe me, right? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned. After a while, he pointed his finger at Yi Tianhua and said angrily, Yi Tianhua, you're messing with me? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I'm not messing with you. I'm just doing as you said. Don't forget, you said yourself that you would believe me. I've already made an oath just now. I'll go back and investigate this matter now. I think that I should be able to find out the truth very quickly. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren, what do you think? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was instantly enraged. What he said just now was originally prepared for himself. He never thought that Yi Tianhua would use it to make things difficult for himself. Letting Yi Tianhua go back was definitely impossible. If Yi Tianhua ran away, then there would be no way to find him. Chapter 679. Seeing that Zhong Chunren did not answer, Yi Tianhua asked again, Zhong Chunren, how is it? I've already sworn. You should believe me now, right? As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing said, no, you absolutely can't leave today. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked with a frown, Yuan Weiqing, why? I've already sworn that after I investigate clearly, I'll come back to solve this problem. Do you have any other questions? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned and could not answer for a moment. He could only look at Zhong Chunren with a questioning gaze. Zhong Chunren frowned and thought carefully for a moment before slowly saying, Yi Tianhua, the evidence is conclusive. Even if you go back and investigate clearly, you'll still have to compensate me. In that case, it's better for us to solve it now. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, what do you mean by conclusive evidence? Don't you feel that this matter is very strange? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he continued. Zhong Chunren, I actually didn't know about such a big matter. Do you think this matter is very normal? Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, we've already said it just now. You're just quibbling. The matter can't be clearer, but you still say it has nothing to do with you. I think you're deliberately denying it and don't want to compensate us. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I'm not lying. I really don't know about this matter. I want you to give me some time. I'll definitely find out the truth because I also want to know what happened to cause such a thing to happen. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, we've already seen through your painstaking plan to deal with our South County's secret thunder sect. Now you're still quibbling. Do you think we're fools and can be fooled? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're wrong. I've already said many times that I don't know about this matter. What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, as long as you compensate us and agree to my 2 conditions, I will naturally believe you. Yi Tianhua shook his head. We still haven't figured out the truth of the matter. How can I agree to your conditions? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing said angrily, Yi Tianhua, why are you still denying it? Now that things are clear, why don't you admit it? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you said that the matter is already clear, but why am I not clear about it? I don't know anything about this matter, so how can I agree to your conditions? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, do you admit that this matter is caused by the South County Shadow Alliance? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't know, because I'm not sure about this matter either. I need to investigate before I can give you an answer. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I really didn't expect that even now, you still won't admit that this matter was caused by the Shadow Alliance. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer. Yi Tianhua, then let's talk about it. Did you know when we first bought the flaming stones? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua nodded. I know, because every time we sold a piece of information, I would know. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, after we bought the information about the flaming stones, did you ask about it again? Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, this is just an ordinary piece of information. I didn't pay much attention to it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded again. Yi Tianhua, this is just an ordinary piece of information. You know this very well. Why is it ordinary? It's because, according to your judgment, there is no danger around the flaming stones. Am I right? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua nodded. That's true. If we had known that there was a snow leopard beside the flaming stones, then this information would not have been ordinary because this information carried a certain amount of danger. Therefore, we had to figure out the matter before selling the information. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, you sold us the information about the flaming soaring rock as ordinary information. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. That's right. That's what happened. We sold the information about the flaming stones to you as ordinary information. Zhong Chunren sighed. The South Region Shadow Alliance sold the information about the flaming stones to us as ordinary information. However, this is definitely not ordinary information. It's dangerous information. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he continued. Yi Tianhua, the news about the ordinary flaming stone is definitely not ordinary because the flaming stone is in the snow leopard's residence. It's very dangerous. However, you sold such dangerous information to us as ordinary information, causing our Tanlei sect in South County to suffer a great loss. What is this? Upon hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I don't know about this matter. I really thought that it was just an ordinary piece of news. I never thought that there would be news about the snow leopard next to the flaming crystal. This is really unexpected. It's because I didn't know that I sold this information to you as ordinary information. I really didn't know about this. After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, let's not talk about whether you know what this information is or not. Let's talk about whether the South Region Shadow Alliance sold this information to us. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and nodded. That's right. Yes, the Shadow Alliance sold it to you. Zhong Chuanren nodded. Then let me ask you again. This matter was originally a small matter. However, when we went to Qingling Mountain to look for the flaming stones, we found the snow leopard. In the end, my son and 2 senior craftsmen from the South Region Secret Thunder Sect were killed by the snow leopard. Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he continued. Yi Tianhua, this is what happened. Let me ask you now, does this matter have anything to do with the South Region Shadow Alliance? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and slowly nodded. If the truth of the matter is really as you said, then this matter does have a lot to do with the South Region Shadow Alliance. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. However, I really don't know about this matter. That's why I want to ask you to let me go so that I can investigate this matter and see what the problem is. Then, I can give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chuanren shook his head bitterly. Yi Tianhua, I don't want to drag this matter on for too long. Every time I talk about this matter, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. I don't want to think about this matter anymore. Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued. Yi Tianhua, just as you said just now, you want to go back and investigate this matter. Sure, I support you. However, who can guarantee that you don't want to take the opportunity to escape? If you really want to escape, then if we let you go this time, we'll never be able to find you. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua also sighed. Zhong Chuanren, what should I say to make you believe me? I'm going back this time just to investigate this matter because I also want to know the truth of this matter. Therefore, please believe me that I definitely won't take the opportunity to escape. I'll definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible so that we can resolve the matter between us. Zhong Chuanren, please believe me. I definitely won't lie to you. Zhong Chuanren nodded. Yi Tianhua, actually, I believe you. You want to go back and investigate this matter clearly before giving me a satisfactory answer. However, I've already said that I don't want to drag this matter on for too long because this is a painful torture to me, so I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Yi Tianhua, I hope you can understand me and support my thoughts so that I can alleviate my pain. Yi Tianhua, I'll thank you first. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua froze for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said, Zhong Chuanren, I only agreed to give you 500,000 gold coins as my compensation to make you feel better. However, as for your second condition, I really can't agree to it. Because 5 years of free information is too big of a matter. If anything goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility. Zhong Chuanren, I hope you can understand me this time. Give me some time to investigate this matter clearly. Then, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Please believe me, I won't sneak away because of this matter because I definitely didn't do it. How can I sneak away? I just want to go back and investigate so that we can all understand the truth of this matter. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chuanren smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, it has already happened. Because of the information you sold to us, my son and the 2 senior craftsmen of the Secret Thunder Sect in the South Region have been killed. No matter what, you have to give me an answer. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua quickly nodded. Zhong Chuanren, don't worry, I'll definitely give you an answer. However, I'll only give you a satisfactory answer after I investigate this matter. After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chuanren nodded and suddenly asked, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, if you investigate this matter clearly, will you agree to my second condition? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yi Tianhua frowned. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, maybe I'll agree to your condition, but I definitely won't agree to 5 years of free information. At most, 1 year of free information is too much. I definitely won't agree to it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chuanren nodded. Yi Tianhua, don't you think 1 year of free information is too little? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua's answer. Yi Tianhua, what I want is 5 years of free information, but you're only giving me 1 year of free information. The difference between the two is too great, so I definitely won't agree to it unless you promise me 3 years of free information. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. 3 years is too long. How can I agree to it? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. He sighed and continued. Zhong Chunren, just because of the incident on Qingling Mountain, there's such a big problem between us. Even An Hongda and Du Wudai were injured by you. Zhong Chunren, if I agree to 5 years of free information, then if something goes wrong, won't there be countless incidents on Qingling Mountain like what happened on Qingling Mountain? When that time comes, how am I supposed to resolve it? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren immediately shook his head. Yi Tianhua, then you can also agree to my first condition, 3 million gold coins. As long as you give me 3 million gold coins, I won't ask for the second condition. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, if I really give you 3 million gold coins, will you really give up on the second condition? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren immediately nodded without hesitation. Of course, I just want your compensation. I have no ill intentions. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him. He sighed and continued. But you're only giving me 500,000 gold coins. This is something I can't accept no matter what. That's why I want the second condition, 5 years of free information. To tell you the truth, I want to use these 5 years of free information to earn some gold coins to compensate for my loss. Yi Tianhua, is there anything wrong with me doing this? If you have 3 million gold coins, I can immediately give up on the second condition. Chapter 680. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Zhong Chunren meant. He originally thought that Zhong Chunren's main intention was to fulfill the second condition. As for the first condition, perhaps it was just a matter of convenience, or perhaps he really wanted some gold coins, but that definitely wasn't his main intention. But now, from what he heard, it seemed that Zhong Chunren only wanted 3 million gold coins. If he gave him 3 million gold coins, he would give up on the second condition and only choose the first one. What was going on? Could it be that he guessed wrong? Zhong Chunren only wanted compensation and didn't have any other intentions. Seeing that Yi Tianhua didn't answer his question, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, what are you thinking? I've already said it so clearly. What else do you want? Yuan Weiqing said loudly from the side, Yi Tianhua, our Vice Hall Master Zhong has already said that as long as you give him 3 million gold coins, this matter will be considered over. Are you still not satisfied? After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly. I know what you mean, but I don't have 3 million gold coins. If you can reduce it a little, I'll think of a way to get it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's eyes spat fire. Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? I've already agreed to not fulfill your second condition, as long as you give me 3 million gold coins. Why are you still not agreeing? Do you think that my son doesn't know how much he has? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand. Zhong Chunren, why would I think that? Although I have a lot of gold coins, how can it compare to your son? You're thinking too much. I definitely don't mean that. Yuan Weiqing said angrily, Yi Tianhua, since you don't mean that, then hurry up and agree to our conditions. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. You're asking for too much gold coins. I really can't give you that much. Speaking up to here, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued. Zhong Chunren, how about this, 1,500,000 gold coins? As long as you agree, I'll immediately borrow it for you when I go back. I'll also give you the 1,500,000 gold coins. What do you think? Nonsense. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing angrily shouted, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense over there. We want 3 million gold coins. Why are you only giving us 1,500,000 gold coins? What do you mean by that? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua let out a sigh. Yuan Weiqing, I really don't have one. 5 million gold coins. Even if I want to give them to you, you have to let me go back and collect some gold coins. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, I really have nothing to say to you. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, we asked for 1 million gold coins at first, but you only agreed to 500,000 gold coins, directly reducing the total price to half. Now, our Vice Hall Master Zhong asked you for 3 million gold coins, but you reduced it to 1.5 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua, do you think that this is a market where we can bargain as we wish without any rules? Is that it? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hands. Yuan Weiqing, how can it be like what you said? The reason I bargained with you is because I really don't have that many gold coins. If I did, why wouldn't I give them to you? Why would I bargain with you here? Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, I finally understand. Even if you had 10 million gold coins, you would never take them out. Because, you are that kind of person. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua immediately became furious. Yuan Weiqing, how could I have 10 million gold coins? Don't talk nonsense. If Vice Hall Master Zhong thinks that I really have 10 million gold coins and I don't give them to him, he will misunderstand me. Yuan Weiqing shook his head with a cold smile. Yi Tianhua, are you still afraid of being misunderstood? If you were afraid, you would have taken out your gold coins long ago. Why would you wait until now to bargain with us? Zhong Chunren, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you really not have 3 million gold coins? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua nodded. I really don't have it. If I did, I would definitely give it to you. Zhong Chunren sneered. Since you don't have 3 million gold coins, how about this? I don't want a single gold coin. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren continued. Yi Tianhua, I don't need a single gold coin, but you have to agree to my second condition. 5 years of free information. As long as you agree to my condition, I promise not to take a single gold coin. Yi Tianhua, what do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Then, he frowned deeply and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. After a while, he suddenly sighed. Zhong Chunren, this is your real goal, right? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's expression changed, but soon returned to normal. Yi Tianhua, don't be ungrateful. You have 3 million gold coins, I won't take it, but you have to agree to my second condition. Let me exchange the free information for some gold coins. Yi Tianhua, my son and 2 senior craftsmen from the secret Thunder sect in the South region were harmed by you. No matter what you say, this matter won't end easily. Regardless of whether you agree to my first condition or my second condition, you must compensate me. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, 1.5 million gold coins. If you agree, I will immediately gather the gold coins for you. If you don't agree, then I can't do anything. As for your second condition, I can't agree to it no matter what because this matter involves too much. If an accident happens, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, just like we said, if you go back and investigate and find out where the problem is, will you not care about my matter? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, after I investigate thoroughly, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, I don't understand. Since you have to compensate me sooner or later, why do you have to wait until you go back? After Zhong Chunren's words, before Yi Tianhua could speak, Yuan Weiqing said coldly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you understand? Yi Tianhua doesn't intend to compensate us. The reason he wants to leave is because we saw through his plan, so he wants to sneak away. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you can't fall for his trick. I can guarantee that if you let him go today, it will be impossible to find him in the future. So this time, You have to make Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and turned to look at Yi Tianhua, enunciating each word clearly. Yi Tianhua, you heard what Yuan Weiqing said just now, right? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued to ask. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, what do you have to say? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've said it many times. The reason I want to leave is to go back and investigate this matter. I have no intention of using this opportunity to sneak away. Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, since you have to agree to my conditions sooner or later, why don't you agree now? As for the results of your investigation in the future, I won't ask about it anymore. From today onwards, we are even. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and speaking sincerely. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter is very strange. Until now, I still don't know what the problem is, so I have to go back and ask to see what the problem is before I can give you an answer. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I hope you can understand that I'm doing this not because I don't want to compensate you, but because I want to know the exact information before I compensate you. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly shouted, Vice Hall Master Zhong, since Yi Tianhua doesn't want to care about this matter, then we don't have to be polite. As long as we keep him here, he will agree sooner or later. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, do you really want to fight? Looking at Yi Tianhua's cold eyes, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but take a step back. He forced himself to calm down and said, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree to our conditions, then we can only use force. Yi Tianhua sneered, Yuan Weiqing, with just you. Mage, if it weren't for the fact that this matter is still unclear, I would have. Hearing Yi Tianhua's cold words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Hall Master Shui, save me, Yi Tianhua is going to attack me. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's shout, Shui Zhijing was stunned for a moment and then frowned. Although Yuan Weiqing shouted loudly, Shui Zhijing could clearly see that Yi Tianhua didn't intend to attack. Shui Zhijing turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked in a low voice, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head, Hall Master Shui, I don't mean anything else. I just want to go back and investigate to see what's going on, then give you an answer. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Shui Zhijing turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, what do you mean? Although Shui Zhijing was the Hall Master and Zhong Chunren was only the Vice Hall Master, this matter was Zhong Chunren's matter after all. Shui Zhijing was only Zhong Chunren's helper. If he wanted to make a decision, he had to let Zhong Chunren make the decision. After all, the one who was killed was Zhong Chunren's son. Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Shui, you heard Yuan Weiqing's words just now. I'm sure you know what Yi Tianhua is thinking. I've already taken a few steps back, but Yi Tianhua still refuses to agree to my conditions. Hall Master Shui, don't you understand? Yi Tianhua just doesn't want to agree to my conditions and wants to take the opportunity to slip away. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. He said, Hall Master Shui, what I'm most worried about is that if Yi Tianhua goes back, he will definitely take action again to deal with our Tanlei sect. What if we accidentally fall into Yi Tianhua's trap? Last time, we already lost 2 senior craftsmen. If we lose 2 more, we will lose nearly half of our senior craftsmen. At that time, the strength of our South County's secret thunder sect will definitely be greatly reduced. Perhaps, Yi Tianhua will use this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack to defeat our secret thunder sect. At that time, it will be too late for us to regret. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing's expression suddenly changed. After a long silence, he slowly said, No, I don't think Yi Tianhua will do that. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you still think too badly of him. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly let out a cold laugh. Hall Master Shui, do you think I think too badly of Yi Tianhua? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him. Hall Master Xue, at this point, can't you see that Yi Tianhua is stalling for time? His main purpose is to take the opportunity to slip away. Hall Master Xue, is my condition very high? Although 3 million gold coins is a lot, I'd rather my son come back than 3 million gold coins. Even if it's 10 million gold coins, I don't want my son to be killed by the snow leopard. Hall Master Xue, don't you understand? Yi Tianhua isn't even willing to take out 3 million gold coins. He clearly doesn't want to compensate us. Therefore, we can't let him leave. Otherwise, once Yi Tianhua leaves, it will be difficult for us to find him again. Hall Master Xue, even if Yi Tianhua doesn't compensate us, what if Yi Tianhua wants to harm our South County Tanlei sect? That would be terrible. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Xue, it's really not easy to guard against an enemy in the dark because you don't know what method Yi Tianhua will use to deal with us. If we don't know what method he will use, we naturally can't guard against it. In the long run, our South County Tanlei sect will definitely fall into his trap. At that time, it will be too late to regret. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned. Soon, his forehead was covered in sweat. If what Zhong Chunren said was true, then letting Yi Tianhua go would be the beginning of the nightmare for the South County Tanlei sect. Chapter 681. Seeing that Xue Zhijing was a little moved, Zhong Chunren hurriedly continued, Hall Master Xue, now we can only capture Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions. Only then can we counter him. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing frowned. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked tentatively, Zhong Chunren, what do you mean? What do you mean by counter him? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Hall Master Xue, what I mean is, we should strike first. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance and asked in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, could it be that your conditions are really as Yi Tianhua said? Are you trying to harm them? Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Xue, there are two benefits to doing this. If Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us, we can use 5 years of free information to exchange for enough gold coins. If Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards us, we can use these 5 years of free information to restrain Yi Tianhua. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing's expression became very ugly. Zhong Chunren, if you do this, wouldn't you be violating morality? How are you different from those evil people? Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hall Master Xue, you misunderstood. What I mean is that if Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us, we will not do anything to him. We will only use 5 years of free information in exchange for gold coins. But if he really has ill intentions towards us, then we have to have a way to deal with it. These 5 years of free information is the best way to deal with it. As long as Yi Tianhua dares to act rashly, we can use these 5 years of information to make him have no time to make a move on our secret thunder sect. Is there anything wrong with that? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing suddenly let out a sigh, Zhong Chunren, I don't think you should give up your free information for the next 5 years. Why don't you just exchange it for gold coins and let Yi Tianhua pay you? That would save you some trouble. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren immediately became anxious, Hall Master Xue, although you have good intentions, what if Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards us? What should we do? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua really has ill intentions towards us and we are not prepared, when that time comes, the secret thunder sect in the South County will probably die in our hands. Hall Master Xue, you must think carefully about what to do. Don't let the secret thunder sect in the South County be harmed. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Xue Zhijing frowned. Zhong Chunren, do you really have any evidence that Yi Tianhua is trying to harm us? Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing's words, uses Heng's evidence. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, I only came here to test Yi Tianhua. If Yi Tianhua knows that he is wrong and compensates me, then it can prove that he really doesn't know about this matter. In other words, Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us. Of course, I can't guarantee that other than Yi Tianhua, there are other people in the South Counties Shadow Alliance who have ill intentions towards us. If Yi Tianhua compensates us and agrees to our conditions, it is enough to prove that Yi Tianhua didn't do it on purpose. However, Hall Master Shui, as you can see, Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to compensate us. He just keeps saying that he wants to go back and investigate. Hall Master Shui, don't you think this is strange? Yi Tianhua didn't mention the compensation and just wanted to leave. Or rather, he realized that we saw through his plan and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Hall Master Shui, why did Yi Tianhua do this? Why didn't he mention the compensation and just want to leave? Do you think this is normal? Let's make an example. Hall Master Shui, if you did something wrong and someone came after you, wouldn't you first think about how to solve the other party's problem? However, Yi Tianhua didn't think about solving my problem. He wanted to leave here. Don't you think it's strange? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's series of questions, Shui Zhijing hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, didn't Yi Tianhua just say that he wants to go back and investigate this matter? As long as he investigates clearly, he will give us a satisfactory answer. Is there something wrong with that? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, even if Yi Tianhua goes back and investigates, won't he compensate me after he finds out? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused, but then, without waiting for Shui Zhijing to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Hall Master Shui, you have to understand that even if Yi Tianhua goes back and investigates this matter, no matter what the final result is, he will still have to compensate me. I think Yi Tianhua should be very clear about this. Since that's the case, Yi Tianhua will have to compensate me sooner or later. Why doesn't he compensate me first and say that he will give me a satisfactory answer after he investigates clearly? This is clearly an excuse. Yi Tianhua's real intention is not to compensate me because as long as they defeat our South Counties Tanlei sect, they naturally don't need any compensation. Therefore, Yi Tianhua is actually stalling for time. As long as he can stall for time, he can use this period of time to frame our South Counties Tanlei sect again. After weakening our strength, he will naturally be able to defeat us with all his strength. At that time, the South Counties Tanlei sect will already belong to Yi Tianhua. Therefore, I can be sure that Yi Tianhua wants to leave this place and stall for time. He definitely doesn't want to go back and investigate clearly and give us a satisfactory answer as he said. Just as the two of them were talking, Yi Tianhua saw Shui Zhijing and Zhong Chunren whispering to each other. He could not help but feel a little impatient and asked loudly, Hall Master Shui, I can guarantee you that after I go back, I will investigate this matter as soon as possible and give your South Counties Tanlei sect a satisfactory answer. Hall Master Shui, don't worry, I, Yi Tianhua, will definitely keep my word. I will definitely not lie to you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Shui Zhijing. Hall Master Shui, did you hear that? Yi Tianhua only wants to leave and doesn't want to compensate us. Don't you understand? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing frowned even more. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Zhong Chunren, what do you think about this matter? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Shui, since Yi Tianhua wants to harm us, then there's no need for us to be polite. As long as we join forces to take him down, we won't be afraid that he won't agree to our conditions. Shui Zhijing sighed, Zhong Chunren, this isn't very good. If we take Yi Tianhua down, wouldn't we be in the wrong? What if Yi Tianhua doesn't have any ill intentions towards us? Wouldn't we have done something wrong and be ridiculed by the world? Zhong Chunren, we have to treat this matter seriously. We can't act rashly. We have to investigate this matter clearly before we make a choice. Seeing that Shui Zhijing was still hesitating, Zhong Chunren was a little anxious and quickly said, Hall Master Shui, why don't you understand? Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards us, that's why he set this up. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Hall Master Shui, if my son wasn't involved in this matter, wouldn't Yi Tianhua be able to get away with it? Think about it carefully. If Yi Tianhua gets away with it this time, what if he does it a second time? What should we do then? Hall Master Shui, we've already lost 2 advanced blacksmiths. If Yi Tianhua sets up a second trap, we'll lose another 2 advanced blacksmiths. At that time, our South County's secret thunder sect will lose nearly half of our advanced blacksmiths. Our South County's secret thunder sect has a total of 10 advanced blacksmiths. Once we lose more than half of our blacksmiths, our strength will definitely be damaged. At that time, even if we know Yi Tianhua's plan, I'm afraid we won't be able to turn the tables. Hall Master Shui, for the safety of the South County's secret thunder sect, we have to take down Yi Tianhua. Only then can our South County's secret thunder sect be in an invincible position. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, I admit that what you said makes sense, but this is just a guess. If Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us and we treat him like this, then it will definitely cause a war between our South County's secret thunder sect and the South County's Shadow Alliance. At that time, it will be too late to regret. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Hall Master Shui, if we really did something wrong, then we'll only regret it. However, if Yi Tianhua succeeds, then it won't be as simple as regret. It'll be too late for regret. Hall Master Shui, once our South County's secret thunder sect loses more than half of our strength, even if you want to regret it, I'm afraid you won't be able to reverse the situation. At that time, will you be able to face the disciples of the South County's secret thunder sect? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly in his heart. Zhong Chunren was right. If Yi Tianhua really had bad intentions, then it would be too late to regret it after he completed his task. However, if he made a move against Yi Tianhua now, then Yi Tianhua would definitely bear a grudge. If it caused a war between the South County's secret thunder sect and the South County's Shadow Alliance, that would not be a good thing. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua hesitated. On one hand, he felt that Zhong Chunren was right, but on the other hand, he felt that he should not do this. This gave him a headache and he did not know what to do. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong, Shui Zhijing had a way to deal with him. The South County's secret thunder sect mainly used firearms. Once Shui Zhijing used a powerful firearm, Yi Tianhua would definitely not have a good ending no matter how capable he was. However, Shui Zhijing was also very clear that once he used that firearm, the South County's secret thunder sect and the South County's Shadow Alliance would definitely start a war. At that time, it would not be a simple matter. It was precisely because of this reason that Shui Zhijing was hesitant. However, Zhong Chuanren's words made sense. If Yi Tianhua really had other intentions towards the South County's secret thunder sect, then they would probably fall into Yi Tianhua's trap if they acted too late. At that time, they would no longer have the power to fight back. What should I do? How should I decide this matter? Should I take Yi Tianhua down or let him go? These 2 thoughts kept echoing in Shui Zhijing's mind. Seeing that Shui Zhijing did not speak and lowered his head to think, Zhong Chunren could not help but frown and whisper. Hall Master Shui, if you don't believe me, why don't we try Yi Tianhua and see what he means? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. If Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us, then we will let him go. However, if Yi Tianhua really has ill intentions towards us, then we must not let him go. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. At that time, it will be too late for regrets. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing nodded and asked. Zhong Chunren, what you said makes sense. However, how should we test to know what Yi Tianhua means? Hearing Shui Zhijing's question, Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Master Shui, just like I said earlier, I will ask Yi Tianhua to compensate me and make him agree to my conditions. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. If he agrees to my conditions, it proves that Yi Tianhua has no ill intentions towards us. However, if Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to my conditions, it is enough to prove that he definitely has ill intentions towards us. The reason why he wants to leave is to stall for time so that he can take the opportunity to attack our secret thunder sect. Hall Master Shui, as long as I use this method to test him, he will definitely have nowhere to hide. At that time, We will naturally know his intentions. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and nodded. Zhong Chunren, all right, you can try now and see what Yi Tianhua means. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him. As long as we find out, we can react. Zhong Chunren, you can ask him now. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly. Yi Tianhua, what do you plan to do about my son, Zhong Huasheng, and the 2 senior craftsmen of the secret Thunder Sect? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, now that the evidence is conclusive, are you still not willing to agree to my conditions? Chapter 682. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I've already said it. I really don't know why your son, Zhong Huasheng, became like this. So, I must go back and investigate clearly. Then, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, but I don't trust you. If you run away and hide, where can I find you? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, how can that be? We're all famous people in the South County. Why would I hide because of this? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, don't worry. I won't slip away. Once I've investigated everything, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, I just want to ask, why don't you solve my problem now? Why do you have to go back and investigate clearly before you solve my problem? When Yi Tianhua heard this, he hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, Zhong Chunren, this matter is too strange. In our South County Shadow Alliance, such a situation has never happened before, so I have to go back and investigate what the problem is. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, no matter where the problem is, are you going to solve this matter for me? Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before nodding. Zhong Chunren, that's indeed the case. As long as the problem is on my side, I'll solve it for you no matter what. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, since you're going to solve it for me sooner or later, why don't you solve my problem now and then go back and solve yours? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment again. Then, he shook his head. Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. I have to investigate clearly before I can solve your problem. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he continued. Zhong Chunren, actually, there's really no need for us to continue talking. Don't waste any more time. As long as you let us go, I'll naturally investigate this matter as soon as possible. You'll naturally be able to solve your problem as soon as possible. Zhong Chunren, don't waste any more time. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered again. Yi Tianhua, I understand now. You just don't want to solve my problem. Your main goal is to leave this place as soon as possible and find a place where no one is around to hide, right? Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Zhong Chunren, why do you always think that I will hide? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chuanren's reply and continued to speak. Zhong Chunren, think about it carefully. Why would I want to hide? What good would it do me to hide? Could it be that I'll never see anyone again? Zhong Chunren, I hope you can believe me. I will definitely solve your problem. I will not take the opportunity to slip away. Doing so will not benefit me. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that Yi Tianhua was right. Although Zhong Chuanren's matter was not small, as long as Yi Tianhua agreed to Zhong Chuanren's conditions, there would naturally be no problem. As the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, could it be that Yi Tianhua would hide in a deserted place and never see anyone again because of this problem? If that was the case, Xue Zhizheng would feel that it was not worth it for Yi Tianhua. As the most important figure in the South County's Shadow Alliance, he had a lot of influence in the South County. However, for such a small matter, he gave up his future and hid in a deserted place, never to be seen again. Thinking about it carefully, no one would do such a thing because it was not worth it. Xue Zhizheng suddenly realized that Yi Tianhua had gone back to investigate this matter. He wanted to get to the bottom of this matter and not take the opportunity to slip away. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng was about to speak when he heard Zhong Chunren sneer. After that, Zhong Chunren's voice was heard. Yi Tianhua, do you think that I don't understand what you're thinking? Fmh, you can think that way, but let me tell you, I will definitely not fall for your trick. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, you're right. After you slipped away, you didn't hide. You had another purpose. As for what your purpose is, mate. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and snorted coldly before continuing. Yi Tianhua, you want to hide for the time being and then secretly scheme to frame our South County's secret thunder sect. After weakening our strength, you can appear and defeat our South County's secret thunder sect. At that time, you will take the South County's secret thunder sect as your own. Naturally, you don't need to hide. Moreover, you don't need to agree to my conditions. If you're really capable, the South County's secret thunder sect has already become yours. Why don't you agree to my conditions? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng's heart sank. Only then did he suddenly remember that Yi Tianhua was in a hurry to leave. Yi Tianhua would leave this place and find a place to hide first. Then, he would set up the same plan as Qingling Mountain to exhaust the strength of the South County's secret thunder sect. When the strength of the South County's secret thunder sect was exhausted to a certain extent, Yi Tianhua would officially appear and destroy the South County's secret thunder sect. At that time, he would naturally not need to hide. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng was so angry that his eyes widened. He stared coldly at Yi Tianhua and said angrily, Yi Tianhua, you're really ruthless. For your own purpose, you didn't hesitate to play us in circles. You really have a good plan. Ha ha, hearing Xue Zhizheng's laughter, Zhong Chunren was overjoyed. He hurriedly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, your plan has been seen through by our hall master. At this point, what else do you have to say? Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Hall Master Xue, do you really believe that I'm that kind of person? This time, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly, Yi Tianhua, why wouldn't we believe you? Since you've already done such a thing, are you still afraid of others finding out? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused. He suddenly laughed coldly and said with a mocking tone, I understand. You're really afraid of others finding out. Because your plan has been seen through by us, you won't be able to carry out your plan anymore. Isn't that too much of a pity? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown. Zhong Chunren, why don't you want to believe that I'm not lying to you? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I originally believed you. However, after what you've done, I no longer believe you. Yi Tianhua was stunned. Zhong Chunren, I didn't do anything. Why don't you believe me? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sighed and said slowly, Yi Tianhua, it's precisely because you didn't do anything that I won't believe you. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, if you had agreed to my conditions, I might have believed you. However, what did you do? You acknowledged that your brothers were injured, but you refused to agree to my conditions. Are my conditions more valuable than your brothers? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before shaking his head and continuing, I really feel bad for your two brothers. I'm afraid they didn't expect that in your heart, they're not as good as my conditions. Speaking of which, it's really quite sad. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed in his heart. How could he not feel sorry for his two brothers? However, if he agreed to Zhong Chunren's conditions, if Zhong Chunren had any ill intentions, then the consequences of 5 years of free information would definitely be 100 times or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the current situation. Moreover, Yi Tianhua also knew that although his two brothers were injured, Zhong Chunren would definitely not dare to be heavy-handed. This was because if Zhong Chunren dared to be heavy-handed, then it would not be a battle between the few of them, but a battle between the South County Shadow Alliance and the South County Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua believed that even if the South County Tanlei sect was powerful, they would definitely not be willing to start this battle easily. This was because the South County Shadow Alliance was definitely not weak. It could even be said that their strength was definitely not below the South County Tanlei sect. They might even be slightly stronger than the South County Tanlei sect. Under such circumstances, Yi Tianhua did not believe that Zhong Chunren would dare to start a battle between the two sides. It was precisely because of this reason that Yi Tianhua did not look at An Hongda and Du Wudai from the beginning to the end. This was because he believed that Zhong Chunren would definitely not dare to be heavy-handed and start a battle between the South County Shadow Alliance and the South County Tanlei sect. However, these words could only be thought in his heart and could not be said out loud. Seeing that Yi Tianhua did not answer, Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, you have nothing to say this time, right? For your plan, you even abandoned your brothers. Tell me, how can I believe a person like you?" Yi Tianhua heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Zhong Chunren, things are not as simple as you think. How can I be the kind of person you think I am? Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. However, you have to let me investigate this matter first." Zhong Chunren shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, I don't believe you. You have to solve my problem now. Otherwise, I won't let you leave." Yi Tianhua raised his head to look at Zhong Chunren and sighed. "Zhong Chunren, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Zhong Chunren sneered. "Yi Tianhua, do you want to leave?" Yi Tianhua nodded. "I have to leave because I have to go back to investigate this matter and find out what went wrong." Zhong Chunren heard this and his gaze turned cold. "Yi Tianhua, what if I don't agree?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua looked at the sword in his hand and sighed. "Zhong Chunren, why do you have to do this? You are clearly no match for me. Why do you keep trying to stop me?" Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued to speak. "Zhong Chunren, swords have no eyes. If I hurt you, I would feel uncomfortable. So, I hope that you will let me leave so that we don't have to be friends. Do you understand?" Zhong Chunren shook his head. "I don't understand. I just want to tell you that it is impossible for you to leave today." Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. "Yi Tianhua, there are 4 of us here today. If you want to leave so easily, I am afraid it will not be easy." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua scanned the crowd and shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, even if there are 4 of you, you are definitely no match for me. If I want to leave, none of you will be able to stop me." Xue Zhizheng, who had been silent all this time, was enraged when he heard Yi Tianhua's words. "Yi Tianhua, don't boast shamelessly. Now that there are 4 of us here, you want to leave? Let me tell you, it is impossible." Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and sighed. "Hallmaster Xue, why are you so angry? I am speaking the truth. Why do you not believe me?" Xue Zhizheng was even more enraged when he heard Yi Tianhua's words. "Yi Tianhua, since you are so confident that you can escape from the 4 of us, go ahead and try. Let's see if we can stop you." Yi Tianhua sighed again when he heard Xue Zhizheng's words. "Hallmaster Xue, I really don't want to fight with you. If I hurt you, I really don't want to. However, with my strength alone, I will need to use all my strength to deal with the 4 of you. When the time comes, if I lose control and hurt you, it will not be good for our 2 sects." Xue Zhizheng flew into a rage when he saw Yi Tianhua brimming with confidence. He suddenly roared and stabbed his sword towards Yi Tianhua. The sword light was like lightning. The sword in Xue Zhizheng's hand streaked across the air and stabbed towards Yi Tianhua in an instant. Yi Tianhua sighed when he saw Xue Zhizheng's fierce attack. He flicked his wrist and the sword light immediately turned into a light screen, blocking in front of him. When Xue Zhizheng's sword stabbed into the light screen, he immediately felt a huge force hit him. Before he could react, he was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by the force before he could stabilize himself. Xue Zhizheng looked at Yi Tianhua in shock and said in a trembling voice, You. Xue Zhizheng was shocked speechless when he saw Yi Tianhua's terrifying sword. Yi Tianhua sighed. "Hallmaster Xue, I said before that you are no match for me. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me." Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason why I didn't leave is because I was afraid that you would misunderstand me." Chapter 683. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng suddenly sneered. "Yi Tianhua, don't think that you can leave just because your martial arts are higher than mine. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused before continuing. Yi Tianhua, don't forget that I'm the hall master of the Tanlei sect in the South County. I rely on more than just martial arts, do you understand? Yi Tianhua nodded. Hall master Xue, I understand. But we have no enmity between us and you want to use the firearms of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Aren't you afraid of causing a dispute between us? Xue Zhijing shook his head. Even if there is a dispute, it's caused by you. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Hall master Xue, why don't you understand until now? I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. How can you blame me? Xue Zhijing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I originally believed in you and thought that you wouldn't do such a thing, but you've disappointed me too much. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing. If you had agreed to Zhong Chuanren's conditions, I might have thought that you really had nothing to do with this matter. However, you didn't agree and were in a hurry to leave. Not only that, you didn't even hesitate to leave your two brothers behind. Yi Tianhua, why are you doing this? Can you tell me? As soon as Xue Zhijing finished speaking, before Yi Tianhua could speak, Yuan Weiqing spoke first. Hall master Xue, what else can it be? Yi Tianhua just wants to sneak away and hide in the dark to frame the Tanlei sect in the South County. When Yi Tianhua heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. Hall master Xue, you must not believe his words. How could I, Yi Tianhua, do such a thing? The reason why I left is to go back and investigate this matter. I want to see who did it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, don't pretend. Do you still need to investigate this matter? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, you were the one who did this. Why are you still investigating? I think you should admit it now so that our hall master Xue won't make a move on you. Don't regret it then. Xue Zhijing nodded. Yi Tianhua, our firearms are extremely powerful. You must not let us use this method. Otherwise, if we hurt you, don't blame me. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, his expression changed. He knew very well that Xue Zhijing was not lying. Everyone knew that the firearms of the secret Thunder sect in the South County were extremely powerful. Yi Tianhua was no exception. No matter how good Yi Tianhua's martial arts were, he did not want to face the firearms of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Seeing Yi Tianhua's expression, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed and said, Yi Tianhua, if you are afraid, quickly agree to our Vice Hall Master Zhong's condition. If you are late, our Hall Master Xue will make a move. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua let out a long sigh. Yuan Weiqing, don't use the firearms of your secret Thunder sect to scare me. Let me tell you, even if you use firearms, I have nothing to be afraid of. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you dare to use firearms, don't blame me for being impolite. At that time, we will all die together. No one will have an easy time. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you think that if we use firearms, you will still have a chance to die together with us? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he continued. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, once our Xue Tang takes the initiative to use firearms, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to fight back. What do you have to die together with us? Yi Tianhua, if you know what's good for you, quickly agree to our Vice Hall Master Zhong's condition. We can still consider letting you go this time. If you still insist on being stubborn, then don't blame us for being impolite. Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, why are you so stubborn? If you don't agree to our condition now, the consequences will only be that we will use firearms. At that time, are you sure you can dodge our firearms? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Although I'm not sure if I can dodge your firearms, I'm sure I can die together with you. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't scare me. If we really use firearms, even if you want to do something to us, I'm afraid it will be too late. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he continued. Yi Tianhua, the reason we haven't done anything now is to give you a chance to understand that we don't have any ill intentions towards you. We just want you to agree to our condition. As long as you agree to our condition, everyone will immediately be reconciled. Isn't that great? Why do we have to make things so difficult? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, the corner of Yi Tianhua's mouth suddenly curled into a cold smile. Zhong Chunren, what's so good about that? If I agree to your condition, I'm afraid I'll fall into your trap. How can I be good? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, you've really misunderstood us. Don't you believe that the reason I want you to agree to my condition is because I want you to compensate me and be responsible for my son's matter? Yi Tianhua, I don't want to say anything else. I just want to ask, are you going to compensate me for my son's matter now? After hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've already said it many times. Wait for me to go back and investigate. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Are you still not satisfied with that? Zhong Chunren shook his head. What's there to be satisfied with? What if you leave this place and I can't find you again? What's the use of your words then? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he continued. Yi Tianhua, I just want you to give me an answer now. Otherwise, I won't let you go. At most, we'll all die together. At least I won't let my son down. His father tried his best. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't bear it. After all, Zhong Chuanren's son was killed by the snow leopard. Most importantly, Zhong Chunren only had one son. After Zhong Huasheng was killed by the snow leopard, Zhong Chunren no longer had a son. Yi Tianhua could understand this pain, but even if he could, what could he do? Zhong Chunren wouldn't agree to compensate 500,000 gold coins. Yi Tianhua still didn't have 3 million gold coins. As for Zhong Chuanren's second condition, 5 years of free information, Yi Tianhua couldn't agree to it unless he was sure that Zhong Chunren wouldn't use these 5 years of free information to do bad things. However, Yi Tianhua couldn't guarantee that Zhong Chunren wouldn't use these 5 years of free information to do bad things. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, why do you have to do this? I've already said that I'll definitely take responsibility for this matter. However, you have to give me some time. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren, I promise you that I didn't leave here to escape. I just want to go back and investigate this matter. After the investigation is done, I'll be able to give you a satisfactory answer. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren said angrily, Yi Tianhua, this matter is already very clear. Why do you have to go back and investigate before giving me a satisfactory answer? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he suddenly sneered. Without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he continued. I understand. Yi Tianhua, you're suspecting me, right? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. To be honest, Yi Tianhua was suspecting Zhong Chunren because this matter was too strange. His side didn't know about the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain, but Zhong Chuanren's son was killed by the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. What was going on? Yi Tianhua was very suspicious. The people of the South County Shadow Alliance were all his brothers. He believed that his brothers would definitely not lie to him. Since his brothers would not lie to him, then the problem must be with Zhong Chunren. However, something was not right. Zhong Chunren only had one son, Zhong Huasheng. Could Zhong Chunren be so determined to use his son in exchange for this condition? Yi Tianhua didn't think it was possible, because he didn't think anyone would do that. No matter what, Zhong Huasheng was Zhong Chuanren's son. No matter how bad Zhong Chunren was, could he harm his own son? Therefore, although Yi Tianhua suspected Zhong Chunren, he was also very puzzled. Since Zhong Chunren could not harm his son, why would such a problem occur? The brothers of the South County Shadow Alliance would not lie to him, and Zhong Chunren would not joke about his own son. Then, where was the problem? Yi Tianhua was very suspicious. He did not know where the problem was, so he had to go back and investigate to see if the problem was on his side. If he could guarantee that there was no problem on his side, then the problem was on Zhong Chuanren's side. If the problem was on Zhong Chuanren's side, then no matter how many conditions Zhong Chunren offered, Yi Tianhua could ignore them because this matter had nothing to do with him. If he did not care, no one could find fault with him in terms of morality. Seeing that Yi Tianhua did not speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, "Yi Tianhua, are you suspecting me? Are you suspecting that I harmed my son?" Hearing this, Yi Tianhua knew that he could not remain silent. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Zhong Chunren, that's not what I meant. I just want to say that after I investigate this matter clearly, we'll talk about compensation." This time, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing had already said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, how can our Deputy Hall Master Zhong have so much time to waste? I advise you to agree to our conditions quickly so that you don't offend our Hall Master Xue." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhijing and said seriously, "Hall Master Xue, I will definitely not ignore this matter. I just want to go back and investigate to see where the problem is and how to compensate Deputy Hall Master Zhong. I hope you can agree." Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him. "Hall Master Xue, our Shadow Alliance has no enmity with your South County Tanlei sect. I don't want this matter to hurt the harmony between our two sects. Hall Master Xue, I hope you can understand what I mean. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to resolve this matter peacefully?" Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, "Yi Tianhua, I think you don't want to resolve this matter peacefully. Instead, you want to destroy our Tanlei sect, right?" Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, "Yes, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you're right. The reason why Yi Tianhua didn't agree to our conditions is that he wants to go back and deal with us. Once our Tanlei sect is destroyed, he naturally doesn't have to agree to any conditions." Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused and then said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, you have a good plan. Unfortunately, we have seen through your plan. It's no longer effective to use this move now. If you know what's good for you, quickly agree to our conditions. Otherwise, we will really have to use firearms." After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing's heart moved. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said with a sneer, "Yi Tianhua, do you really want to go back and deal with us?" When Yi Tianhua heard this, he was shocked. If it was Yuan Weiqing who said this, Yi Tianhua wouldn't care too much because Yuan Weiqing didn't have the final say. However, Xue Zhijing was different. He was the Hall Master of the Tanlei sect in the South County. He was a man of his word. If he thought that Yi Tianhua went back to deal with the Tanlei sect in the South County, then the entire Tanlei sect in the South County would think so too. Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hall Master Xue, why would you think so? The reason why I went back was really to investigate this matter. As for the kind of thing that Yuan Weiqing said, how could I do it?" At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Hall Master Xue, our South County Shadow Alliance has no enmity with your Tanlei sect. Why would I do that? It doesn't make sense, so please believe me. I definitely won't do that. The reason why I went back was to investigate why this matter happened. Other than that, I really don't have any other intentions. Hall Master Xue, I hope you believe me. Don't cause a dispute between us because of this matter." Chapter 684. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing threw his head back and laughed. After laughing, he lowered his head and glared at Yi Tianhua. "Yi Tianhua, you still want to lie to me? Do you really think I'm that easy to see?" Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing, "Yi Tianhua, I advise you to agree to our conditions so as not to hurt our friendship." Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't want to agree to your conditions, but this matter is too strange. If I don't investigate this matter clearly, how can I agree to your conditions?" Xue Zhijing sneered, "Yi Tianhua, do you mean that you won't agree to my conditions?" Yi Tianhua shook his head, "Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't agree to your conditions, but before this matter is investigated clearly, I won't agree to your conditions." Zhong Chunren said angrily, "Yi Tianhua, what's the difference between saying this and not agreeing?" Yuan Weiqing also sneered and said, "Yi Tianhua, are you thinking of sneaking back and then taking the opportunity to attack us? After destroying our South County's secret thunder sect, you naturally don't have to agree to our conditions, right? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a wry smile. You're wrong. I can only agree to your conditions after investigating this matter. Otherwise, how can I agree? Zhong Chunren sneered. In that case, Yi Tianhua, don't blame us for taking action. Yi Tianhua frowned when he heard this. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that it's not that I don't agree to your conditions, but I'll only agree to your conditions after investigating this matter. Why don't you understand? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, it's useless to talk so much nonsense. I want to ask now, do you agree to our conditions or not? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Before this matter is investigated clearly, I won't agree to your conditions. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren immediately shouted and slashed at Yi Tianhua with his saber. Seeing this, Yi Tianhua sighed and waved his sword to block Zhong Chunren's attack. After Zhong Chunren was pushed back, he sneered and suddenly took out a thunderbolt ball. With a shout, the ball flew towards Yi Tianhua like lightning. When Yi Tianhua saw this small thunderclap pill, his originally calm face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a trace of seriousness. Yi Tianhua tilted his body slightly and dodged the thunderbolt ball that Zhong Chunren threw at him. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Yi Tianhua only felt his whole body tremble, and immediately after, a huge scorching force came from the explosion. His heart was immediately shocked, and he hurriedly jumped. Only then was he able to dodge the explosive attack of the thunderclap ball. Before Yi Tianhua could catch his breath, suddenly, a slight sound of something breaking through the air came from the front. Yi Tianhua was startled, and he didn't have time to catch his breath. He leapt up into the air. Just as Yi Tianhua jumped up, the sound of an explosion came from below his feet. The scorching force came again, and this time Yi Tianhua's leg actually felt a dull pain from the explosion. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren was overjoyed. He quickly took out 3 thunderclap balls and threw them at Yi Tianhua, who was in the air. Boom! 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 After 3 loud explosions, a cloud of dust rose. Within the dust, Yi Tianhua let out a blood-curdling scream as he was blasted away by the explosion. Seeing this, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed. He no longer cared about throwing thunderclap balls, and directly jumped up into the air, slashing at Yi Tianhua, who was in the dust. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren hurriedly kept the thunderclap balls in his hand, but in his heart, he knew that things were not good. Yuan Weiqing, be careful. Before Zhong Chunren could finish his words, a sword light flashed in the dust. Immediately after, Yuan Weiqing, who was rushing over, let out a scream as his whole body was blown up into the air, flying far away. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren panicked and hurriedly threw the thunderclap balls in his hand towards Yi Tianhua. Boom! The thunderclap balls exploded again, but this time, it missed. Yi Tianhua's figure had already flown out of the dust and landed not far away. After Yi Tianhua stabilized himself, Zhong Chunren saw his face clearly and stopped attacking. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yi Tianhua, do you still want to try my thunderclap balls? At this moment, Yi Tianhua was staggering. His left arm was slightly injured, and his expression was somewhat dispirited. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua suddenly roared, Zhong Chunren, do you really dare to attack me? Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he continued shouting. Zhong Chunren, aren't you afraid of causing a war between the 2 sects? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, to tell you the truth, I don't care about anything now. My son has already been killed by the snow leopard. You know, I only have one son. Without Huasheng, do you think I'm afraid of causing a war between the 2 sects? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, he let out a cold laugh. Without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of anything now. If you agree to my conditions now, I'll let you go this time. If you don't, MPH, I'll let you have a taste of the thunderclap balls of our South Region's secret thunder sect. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He shouted sternly, Hall Master Xue, Zhong Chunren doesn't care, But don't you care either? Do you have to provoke a war between the two of us before you're satisfied? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing was about to reply when Yi Tianhua suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. Today, your South Region's Shadow Alliance made a mistake. Even if word gets out, I won't be here. Maybe if the people of Jianghu hear it, they'll applaud me. Yi Tianhua, I'll ask you again, do you agree to my conditions? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you're crazy. You're completely crazy. I've already said that I have to go back and investigate this matter before I can give you a satisfactory answer. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, I don't care about what you said. I just want you to agree to my conditions. Other than that, I don't care about anything else. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Xue Zhijing before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, are you going to help me this time? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was in a difficult position. He had a fierce argument with Yi Tianhua just now, but he refused to use the Thunderbolt pill. His purpose was naturally to not cause a conflict between the two gangs. However, he had never expected that Zhong Chunren would use the Thunderbolt pill to deal with Yi Tianhua. If they were just arguing or fighting, it wouldn't be a big deal. How many people in Jianghu wouldn't be injured? No matter what the outcome was, everyone would just laugh it off. However, once the Thunderbolt pill was used, this was not a small matter. Because once the Thunderbolt pill was used to deal with Yi Tianhua, it meant that Yi Tianhua was already a great enemy. In this situation, as long as they were not careful, it would immediately lead to a situation where the two gangs fought. It was because of this reason that Xue Zhijing did not use the Thunderbolt pill from the beginning to the end. It was because he did not want to cause a conflict between the two gangs. However, Zhong Chunren had used the Thunderbolt pill. This meant that his actions were likely to provoke a fight between the two sects. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing looked at Zhong Chunren with some annoyance. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how could you use the Thunderbolt pill? This is not a small matter. It could very easily cause a conflict between our two gangs. Don't you understand? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, you just said that you could help me. But why didn't you do it? Instead, you are blaming me here. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you can't let your emotions get the better of you. If it causes a conflict between our two gangs, wouldn't that be terrible? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I don't want to do this either, but you saw it. Yi Tianhua refused to agree to my conditions. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just watch him leave and not do anything? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he roared and continued to speak without waiting for Xue Zhijing's reply. Hall Master Xue, I can't do it. It's clearly Yi Tianhua's fault. How can I let him go? Hall Master Xue, can't you see that Yi Tianhua wants to sneak away and then deal with our South County's secret thunder sect? If we let him go, we'll never have the chance to find him again. Hall Master Xue, you have to think carefully. You can't mess up the important matter. When Yi Tianhua's plan succeeds, it'll be too late even if you want to regret it. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, before Xue Zhijing could answer, Yi Tianhua was already furious. Zhong Chunren, don't talk nonsense there. Although your son was killed by the snow leopard and I sympathize with you and have been enduring, if you continue to talk nonsense like this, don't blame me for being impolite. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I saw through your thoughts. You're a little angry, right? Yi Tianhua heard this and shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, I've already warned you. If you continue to talk nonsense, I won't be polite to you. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, do you think I'm afraid of you? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, immediately after, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, I'm not afraid of you. What can you do to me? Our Hall Master Xue is here. Even if you want to do anything to me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth. Zhong Chunren, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren suddenly stretched out his hand and opened his palm. A thunderbolt pill appeared in the middle of his palm. Yi Tianhua, do you know what this is? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, immediately after, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, this is our sect's thunderbolt pill. You've seen its power. Do you want to try it again? Seeing the thunderbolt pill in Zhong Chunren's hand, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He couldn't help but take a step back and shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, do you really want to fight again? Looking at Yi Tianhua's nervous expression, Zhong Chunren suddenly laughed out loud. Yi Tianhua, don't tell me you're scared too? Didn't you say that you didn't care about us? Why are you scared now? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, if you're scared, I advise you to agree to my conditions as soon as possible. That way, I won't hurt you if I really attack you. When that time comes, even if you want to regret it, it'll be too late. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and suddenly laughed coldly. Zhong Chunren, although you have the thunderbolt pill, I can tell you that if I want to die together with you, your thunderbolt pill alone won't be able to stop me. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, immediately after, he sighed and continued speaking without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply. Zhong Chunren, if you don't want to die together with me, I advise you to put the thunderbolt pill away. Otherwise, when the time comes, I don't believe that you won't regret it. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't believe it. I don't believe that you still have time to die together with me under the attack of the thunderbolt pill. Yi Tianhua, under the attack of my thunderbolt pill, no one can escape unscathed. Even you are no exception. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, if you don't believe me, you can try. If you don't regret it, throw out the thunderbolt pill in your hand now. When the time comes, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. At this moment, LV Hushan's voice suddenly sounded. Hall leader Xue, Yuan Weiqing's injuries aren't light. Quickly come over and take a look. After hearing LV Hushan's words, Xue Zhijing was shocked. Only then did he remember that when Yuan Weiqing attacked Yi Tianhua, he was sent flying by Yi Tianhua. Xue Zhijing quickly turned his head and saw Yuan Weiqing lying there motionless. He was even more shocked and quickly walked over. Before Xue Zhijing could get close, LV Hushan had already said with some grief and indignation, Yi Tianhua is too ruthless. He didn't show any mercy at all. He wants to kill Yuan Weiqing. Xue Zhijing hurried to Yuan Weiqing's side. After seeing Yuan Weiqing's appearance clearly, he could not help but be shocked. Yi Tianhua's sword just now had actually cut off Yuan Weiqing's arm. Seeing this result, Xue Zhijing's expression immediately became ugly. No matter what, Yuan Weiqing was still a member of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. Even if Yuan Weiqing had done something wrong, as the hall leader, he should be the one to punish him. Chapter 685. Xue Zhijing quickly walked to Yuan Weiqing's side and checked his injuries. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Although Yuan Weiqing's arm was cut off, his life was not in danger. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Under Yi Tianhua's sharp sword light, to be able to only suffer such a small injury was already considered lucky. Xue Zhijing slowly stood up and turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua. He said coldly, Yi Tianhua, you're so cruel. How could you do such a thing? I think you're the one who wants to start a war between our two gangs. Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, you saw it just now. Being chased by so many thunderbolt pills, it's really difficult to protect myself. Just now, when Yuan Weiqing took the opportunity to sneak attack me, I didn't control my strength well and injured him. Although this is partly my fault, if Yuan Weiqing didn't sneak attack me, then he naturally wouldn't be injured. In the end, he only has himself to blame. It has nothing to do with me. This time, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to speak, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't talk so much nonsense. No matter what the reason is, Yuan Weiqing was injured by you. Can you blame others? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, if you didn't use the thunderbolt pill to attack me and Yuan Weiqing didn't take the opportunity to sneak attack me, Yuan Weiqing wouldn't have been injured. More importantly, How could I not control my strength and injured Yuan Weiqing? Zhong Chunren, I think this matter should have been left to you. It was you who used the thunderbolt pill to attack me first, that's why Yuan Weiqing was injured. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, no matter what, you cut off Yuan Weiqing's arm. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of the power of my thunderbolt pill. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, just now I accidentally injured Yuan Weiqing. Don't tell me you want me to hurt more people. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, you can't hurt anyone. You're already amazing for being able to escape from my thunderbolt pill. You still want to hurt others? Mph, you're dreaming. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I hope you don't try. If more people get hurt, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Yi Tianhua, things have already come to this point and you still want to quibble? Even now, you still don't repent and are still trying to scare people. Do you think that just because your martial arts are high, you can do whatever you want? Yi Tianhua shook his head. If I wanted to use martial arts to deal with you, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, you're not waiting. You're lying to us. You're making us think that you have no ill intentions. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, he snorted and continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua's reply. Yi Tianhua, you don't know that I've already seen through your thoughts. No matter how you hide it, I know that you're lying to us. You just want to sneak away and continue to frame our South County's Tanlei sect, right? Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, why do you think of me as such a bad person? If I was really that bad, no one would be able to escape with just the few of you today. The reason why I didn't do that is to tell you that I really have no ill intentions. I just want to make up for this matter and investigate these things clearly. Other than that, I have absolutely no other thoughts. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a sneer, Hallmaster Xue, did you hear that? At this moment, Yi Tianhua is still quibbling. He still wants to lie to us and make us continue to fall for his trick. He's secretly framing our South County's Tanlei sect. Hallmaster Xue, we absolutely can't let him go this time. We must make him agree to our conditions. Otherwise, once he leaves, our South County's Tanlei sect will be in danger. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He said coldly, Yi Tianhua, now, I'll ask you again. Do you agree to our conditions? If you agree to our conditions, this matter will be dropped. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being impolite. Zhong Chunren also shouted, Hallmaster Xue, we also have to ask Yi Tianhua for an explanation about Yuan Weiqing's matter. Otherwise, Yuan Weiqing would have been injured for nothing. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing's arm is broken. Although he won't become a cripple, Yuan Weiqing's martial arts will definitely be greatly reduced in the future. We must avenge Yuan Weiqing. Hallmaster Xue, don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, who was lying on the ground, and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly roared, Hallmaster Xue, you must avenge me. You must not let Yi Tianhua go. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing clenched his teeth even tighter. He suddenly turned to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly. Yi Tianhua, tell me. How do you want to solve the matter of Vice Hall Master Zhong and Yuan Weiqing? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed, Hallmaster Xue, I have to go back and investigate Zhong Chunren's matter before I can give you a satisfactory answer. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. As for Yuan Weiqing's matter, it has nothing to do with me. If Yuan Weiqing didn't want to take the opportunity to sneak attack me, I wouldn't have accidentally injured him. Therefore, since this matter has nothing to do with me, I won't care about it. Hallmaster Xue, please understand that as long as it has something to do with me, I will solve it. However, I definitely won't care about Yuan Weiqing's matter. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was instantly enraged. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, do you think that you can ignore Yuan Weiqing just because you injured him? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. No matter what, as long as you hurt Yuan Weiqing, we won't let you go. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, I've said it before. Yuan Weiqing attacked me first, and I accidentally injured him afterwards. If he didn't attack me first, I wouldn't have injured him. Therefore, he only has himself to blame. I have nothing to do with it. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, Yi Tianhua, this matter isn't up to you. No matter why Yuan Weiqing was injured, as long as you hurt Yuan Weiqing, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, we won't agree to your request. Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, if you say that, wouldn't you be acting shamelessly? This has nothing to do with me. If Yuan Weiqing didn't attack me first, he wouldn't have been injured. Zhong Chunren, no matter what you say, I won't be in the wrong. Therefore, I won't care. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly took out a thunderbolt pill and sneered, Yi Tianhua, I'll ask you again. Do you agree or not? If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Tianhua looked at the thunderbolt pill in Zhong Chunren's hand and was shocked. Although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. Just now, he was caught off guard by Zhong Chunren. If he was on guard, it would be impossible for Zhong Chunren to hurt him. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua sneered and shook his head, Zhong Chunren, I'll say it one last time. If you use the thunderbolt pill again, Xiao will blame me for being impolite. At that time, if I can't control the strength in my hand and hurt you too badly, don't blame me. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was shocked. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and asked loudly, Hall Master Xue, will you help me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhijing looked at Yuan Weiqing who was lying on the ground. He gritted his teeth and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, are you really not going to agree to our conditions? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and nodded, Hall Master Xue, I can't promise you. You saw what happened to Yuan Weiqing. This has nothing to do with me. If Yuan Weiqing didn't try to sneak an attack on me, he wouldn't have been injured. So, I definitely won't interfere in this matter. This time, without waiting for Xue Zhijing's reply, Yuan Weiqing, who had forced himself to sit up, suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you're trying to quibble. You did this on purpose. With your martial arts, how could you not control the strength in your hand? Who would believe you? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, he took a few deep breaths and continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply. Yi Tianhua, I admit that I wanted to sneak an attack on you. However, even though I wanted to sneak an attack on you, I didn't want to seriously injure you. Yi Tianhua, if I wanted to seriously injure you, I only needed to throw a thunderbolt pill at you. However, I didn't do that. Instead, I went up to attack you. Don't you understand? I only wanted to restrain you. I never wanted to seriously injure you. Yi Tianhua, what about you? Even though I didn't want to seriously injure you, how did you treat me? You took advantage of that moment and used your superior martial arts to chop off my arm. Yi Tianhua, I know that you did it on purpose. If you wanted to control the strength in your hand, it would have been an easy thing to do. It's impossible for you to feel like you couldn't control your own strength like you said. Yi Tianhua, stop lying. Since you can do it, do you think you can hide it from others? Temph, Yi Tianhua, you can't hide it from us. Now, not only do you have to agree to our Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, you have to compensate me. If you don't, I won't let you leave today. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I'm telling the truth. At that time, I couldn't see you in the smoke. I only knew that someone was attacking me. Naturally, I couldn't let you attack me. I could only raise my sword. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, to tell you the truth, I held back just now. If not, you wouldn't have just lost an arm. You would have been killed by me. Do you understand? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, You're saying that I should thank you for holding back after you cut off my arm? Yi Tianhua shook his head indifferently. Yuan Weiqing, I'm telling the truth. If I fought back with all my strength just now, you would have been killed by now. You wouldn't have the chance to speak here. Just as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, do you think we'll believe your words? Mph, under the attack of the Thunderbolt Ball, you couldn't even take care of yourself. How can you talk about fighting back with all your strength? You're lucky that you were able to block Yuan Weiqing's attack. Yi Tianhua, don't quibble anymore. You did it on purpose just now. Although you couldn't fight back with all your strength, you used all your strength. That's why Yuan Weiqing was injured so badly. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued. Yi Tianhua, you heard Yuan Weiqing's words just now. The reason why he attacked you was because he didn't want to seriously injure you. Just now, when you were panicking, Yuan Weiqing only needed to throw another thunderbolt ball and you would naturally be seriously injured by the explosion. However, he didn't do that. This is enough to prove that Yuan Weiqing didn't have any ill intentions towards you. He really just wanted to remember you and didn't want to seriously injure you. However, you didn't appreciate it and instead took the opportunity to injure Yuan Weiqing to weaken our strength. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua has ulterior motives. You also saw it just now. Yi Tianhua first used a trick to injure LV Hushan, weakening a part of our strength. Now, he pretended not to see me and broke my arm, weakening a part of our strength. Hall Master Shui, you must be careful. Now, LV Hushan and I are seriously injured. Only you and Vice Hall Master Zhong are left. Our strength has been reduced by almost half. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua has ulterior motives. Without you noticing, he has already reduced our strength by half. He's really powerful. Zhong Chunren sneered and said, of course he's powerful. Yi Tianhua's methods are brilliant. He took the opportunity to anger us and then weakened our strength one by one. Most importantly, we couldn't see through it. This is the most powerful part. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Shui, this is the most powerful part of Yi Tianhua. Without us noticing, he has already weakened our strength. Through this matter, I can be sure that Yi Tianhua wants to leave this place. He must want to hide and continue to use this method to frame our South County's Tanlei sect. After weakening our strength to a certain extent, he will use thunderous methods to defeat our South County's Tanlei sect and take us as his subordinates. Hall Master Shui, now do you understand his sinister intentions? Chapter 686. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng's eyes turned cold. He glared fiercely at Yi Tianhua and gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, do you have anything else to say now? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Hall Master Shui, you misunderstood me. How could I have such thoughts? The reason why I went back was to investigate this matter. I didn't go back to frame your South County's Tanlei sect as you think. This is useless. Hall Master Shui, you must believe me. I won't provoke a war between our two sects. This is not good for either of us. Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, do you think we will still believe you now? We have long understood everything you have done. You saw that we saw through your plan and wanted to leave here as soon as possible to continue your plan. Yi Tianhua, your intentions are really sinister. We have to be careful. Now, 5 years of free information is our best defense. As long as you do something bad to us, we will immediately use the 5 years of free information to fight back. At that time, I believe you won't dare to die with us. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing is right. Hurry up and agree to our conditions so that we can let you go. Otherwise, we won't let you go no matter what. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Shui Zhizheng and asked solemnly, Hall Master Shui, do you believe what they said? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Shui Zhizheng sighed. Yi Tianhua, why wouldn't I believe it? Everything you have done proves that you are indeed what they said. Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment, But he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Just as Yuan Weiqing said just now, he didn't intend to injure you seriously. If he really wanted to hurt you, he only needed to throw the thunderbolt ball in his hand at you. However, he didn't do that. He knew that your martial arts were higher than his, but he still attacked you. Yuan Weiqing's purpose is very obvious. He wants to control you, and his purpose is to make you agree to our conditions and seek justice for Vice Hall Master Zhong. But, Yi Tianhua, what did you do? You took advantage of this opportunity to cut off Yuan Weiqing's arm to exhaust our strength. Yi Tianhua, although you have successfully consumed our strength by doing this, it has also made me feel bitterly disappointed. I have gradually begun to believe that what they said is true. You really want to harm our South County's Secret Thunder sect to achieve your unspeakable goal. Yi Tianhua, I really misjudged you. I thought you were a good man, but I never expected you to be such a bad person. How disappointing. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. Then, he sighed. Hall Master Xue, what can I say to make you believe me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to my conditions, Hall Master Xue will naturally believe you. Don't you understand? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed again. Zhong Chunren, you know I won't agree. I will only give you an answer after investigating this matter. Otherwise, I will never agree. Yuan Weiqing suddenly shouted from the side, Yi Tianhua, no matter what, I was injured by you. You won't deny this, right? Yi Tianhua nodded. Yuan Weiqing, you were indeed injured by me. However, if you didn't sneak attack me, how could I hurt you? So, your matter has nothing to do with me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was so angry that he glared at Yi Tianhua. He said angrily, Yi Tianhua, I just want to ask you, was my arm cut off by you? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua nodded. That's right, I did cut it. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, since you cut off my arm, don't you have anything to say? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Although I sympathize with you, this matter has nothing to do with me, so I have nothing to say. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yi Tianhua, do you mean that you don't want to care about my arm injury? Yi Tianhua shook his head. This matter was caused by you. You can only blame yourself for not learning well. It has nothing to do with me, so I won't care about this matter. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and nodded. Yi Tianhua, are you saying that I was injured because I didn't learn well enough? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he roared. Without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he continued. Yi Tianhua, since you said so, don't blame me for being rude. I'll let you have a taste of the power of our South Region's Secret Thunder Sect's Thunderclap Pill. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren also shouted, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree to our conditions, don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, Zhong Chunren took out 3 thunderclap pills and looked like he was ready to attack. Seeing this, Yi Tianhua became nervous. He looked at Xue Zhizheng with burning eyes and shouted, Hall Master Xue, do you really want to start a fight between our two sects? Xue Zhizheng looked at Zhong Chunren, then looked at Yuan Weiqing, then turned to look at Yi Tianhua, and said coldly, Yi Tianhua, you were in the wrong in this matter, you refused to agree to our conditions. Yi Tianhua, if you agree to our conditions now, we can let you go this time. We definitely won't do anything to you. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, Hall Master Xue, you should see clearly what happened today. Which of these 2 things is my fault? Hall Master Xue, the first thing that Zhong Chunren said, if it were you, would you agree so rashly? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to answer him and continued. Hall Master Xue, you wouldn't. If it were you, you definitely wouldn't agree. Then, why should I agree? As for the second thing, I don't care what Yuan Weiqing said. I only saw Yuan Weiqing sneak an attack on me. Helpless, I panicked and attacked a little too hard, seriously injuring Yuan Weiqing. But, can this be blamed on me? If Yuan Weiqing didn't sneak attack me, how could he be injured? Hall Master Xue, I'm not making excuses. This is the truth. Since it has nothing to do with me, why should I care? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was instantly enraged. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, don't try to twist words and force logic. You injured me, so you have to be responsible for my injuries. No matter what your reason is, you have to compensate me. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He said slowly, Yi Tianhua, no matter what, let's put Zhong Chuanren's matter aside for now. You have to settle Yuan Weiqing's matter. Yi Tianhua sighed, but this matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I settle it? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, if I have to settle this matter, then doesn't that mean that I have to take responsibility for anyone who has attacked me in the future? Hall Master Xue, I'm afraid that no one would say that it's you, right? Before Xue Zhizheng could say anything, Yuan Weiqing had already shouted, Yi Tianhua, you're talking nonsense again. I've already said that I didn't mean to harm you. I only wanted to control you so that you could agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions. But you took advantage of this opportunity to severely injure me. Yi Tianhua, do you dare to say that what you did was right? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I don't dare to say that what I did was right. However, when you sneak attacked me, I only fought back in a panic. I didn't know how to control myself and hit you a little too hard. However, I can only apologize to you. As for taking responsibility, that's impossible. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Yuan Weiqing suddenly turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng and said loudly, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua is unreasonable. It seems that we can only take him down to make him agree to our conditions. Hall Master Xue, please. I hope that you can avenge me and restore the prestige of the Tanlei sect in the South County. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua said angrily, Yuan Weiqing, you're talking nonsense. Hall Master Xue is a reasonable person. Why would he listen to your nonsense? Yuan Weiqing sneered when he heard this. Yi Tianhua, how am I speaking nonsense? Hall Master Xue has seen everything that happened here. Does he still not understand who's right and who's wrong here? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng before continuing, Hall Master Xue, you saw what happened just now. Whether I said anything or not, you know better than anyone else. You must not listen to Yi Tianhua's nonsense and fall into his trap. After hearing their words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said in a deep voice, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing really didn't mean to hurt you just now. You misunderstood him and injured him heavily. It's your fault, so you must take responsibility. Otherwise, I won't agree. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly, Hall Master Xue, at that time, how could I know what Yuan Weiqing wanted to do? Don't forget that the thunderbolt pills of your Tanlei sect might fly at me at any time. Hall Master Xue, at that kind of life and death moment, how could I think so much? That's why I injured Yuan Weiqing a little too heavily. Hall Master Xue, I truly didn't do this on purpose. If you want me to take responsibility, I can only compensate within a limited range. However, if your conditions are too heavy, then I won't be able to accept them. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked in a low voice, Yuan Weiqing, you heard Yi Tianhua's words. Tell me, what compensation do you want? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed and looked at his broken arm. After a long silence, he slowly said, Hall Master Xue, my arm is broken. Tell me, what's the use of me in the future? Looking at the gloomy Yuan Weiqing, a trace of sadness suddenly surged in Xue Zhizheng's heart. Xue Zhizheng knew very well what it meant for a martial arts expert to lose an arm. Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, just say it. What do you want from Yi Tianhua? I'll make the decision for you. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing clenched his teeth. Now that my arm is broken, I can only live a normal life in the future. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, in that case, I want 2 million gold coins. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua is using 2 million gold coins to exchange for my arm. This isn't too much, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded and turned to Yi Tianhua, slowly asking. Yi Tianhua, you heard Yuan Weiqing's words. He wants 2 million gold coins. Do you agree? 2 million gold coins? Hearing this number, Yi Tianhua was shocked and quickly said, Hall Master Xue, how could I have so many gold coins? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, if I had so many gold coins, wouldn't I have agreed to Zhong Chuanren's conditions? It's because I don't have so many gold coins that I didn't agree to his conditions. Hall Master Xue, this is too much. Please forgive me for not agreeing. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, asking in a low voice. Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua doesn't agree. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before probing, Yuan Weiqing, can you ask for less gold coins? If you ask for too much, I'm afraid Yi Tianhua won't be able to afford it. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed and looked at his broken arm before slowly saying, Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua is willing, I'll give him 3 million gold coins in exchange for one of his arms. Ask him if he's willing. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, don't joke around at this time. Think carefully about how much gold coins you want. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Hall Master Xue, 2 million gold coins. Definitely not less. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before sighing. Without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, I want to live a peaceful life. If I don't have any gold coins, what should I do? And the person who caused all this is Yi Tianhua. He has to take responsibility. Otherwise, even if I have to die with him, I won't agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed inwardly. He understood Yuan Weiqing's current feelings very well. Chapter 687. Xue Zhizheng understood Yuan Weiqing's feelings, but he was also in a difficult position. Just now, no matter what the reason was, Yuan Weiqing did attack Yi Tianhua first. No one could deny this. Just as Yi Tianhua said, Yuan Weiqing attacked him first, and he was forced to fight back. Under these circumstances, whether Yi Tianhua was lying or not, he was not in the wrong. But Yuan Weiqing asked for 2 million gold coins, which put Xue Zhizheng in a difficult position. Not to mention Yi Tianhua, even Xue Zhizheng himself could not afford 2 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing wanted so much gold coins, and Yi Tianhua could not afford it, so they could not reach an agreement. To be honest, Xue Zhizheng did not want to fight anymore. On Yi Tianhua's side, An Hongda and Du Wudai were both seriously injured and unconscious. On his side, although LV Hushan's injuries were lighter, Yuan Weiqing's injuries were more serious. One of his arms was broken. The most important thing was that Yi Tianhua's martial arts were high. If they continued to fight, there might be a big problem. At that time, both sides would have a miserable fight and it would definitely cause a dispute between the two gangs. This was the result that Xue Zhizheng did not want to see. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Don't you think the gold coins you asked for is too much? Can you reduce it? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I can't reduce it. One of my arms is crippled, and half of my martial arts is crippled. I trained so hard for so many years, but it was crippled by Yi Tianhua. Hall Master Xue, tell me, am I asking for more? My whole life has been wasted, and I've trained for nothing. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and turned to Yi Tianhua, saying in a low voice, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing does not agree to reduce the amount of gold coins. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, I think you should think of a way to gather the gold coins. After all, it was not easy for Yuan Weiqing to cultivate his martial arts. Now that you have crippled him, you should give him some gold coins to settle this matter. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't want to agree, but Yuan Weiqing wants too much. Where am I going to find 2 million gold coins for him? Even if I agree, I won't be able to gather so many gold coins. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhizheng gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, think about it carefully. Since you've destroyed one of Yuan Weiqing's assets, you should give him 2 million gold coins. Isn't it reasonable? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Hall Master Shui, if I had it, I wouldn't be stingy and would definitely give it to Yuan Weiqing. However, 2 million gold coins is not a small amount. How could I possibly have it? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he sighed and continued without waiting for Shui Zhizheng's reply. Hall Master Shui, if I were to borrow and gather 2 million gold coins, wouldn't I have to repay it for the rest of my life? Yuan Weiqing's matter is not my fault. If he hadn't attacked me first, how could I have hurt him? Hall Master Shui, think about it. If Yuan Weiqing had stood far away from me, no matter how high my martial arts were, how could I have hurt him? Speaking of which, it wasn't because he wanted to sneak attack me that he got close to me. At that time, I couldn't hold back and hurt him. Hall Master Shui, if Yuan Weiqing wanted less gold coins, I would have given it to him for the sake of our two gangs. However, Yuan Weiqing actually wants so many gold coins. That's impossible. I can't repay the debt for the rest of my life just because I accidentally hurt someone who attacked me. Hall Master Shui, don't you understand this logic? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhizheng sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Yi Tianhua was right. 2 million gold coins was such a large sum that even Yi Tianhua would have to repay it for the rest of his life. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Shui Zhizheng sighed. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I won't ask you to compensate me with gold coins. I just want you to break an arm so that we're even. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua suddenly laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yuan Weiqing, you make it sound nice. You didn't want to hurt me, so you chose to sneak attack me. However, do you think I'll believe you? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, he laughed coldly and continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Yuan Weiqing, your purpose is to hurt me. Although I couldn't see your face clearly in the smoke just now, I could feel your sharp saber light. It was definitely not like what you said, that you wanted to restrain me. Instead, you wanted to deal a heavy blow to me. Yuan Weiqing, am I right? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed. However, he quickly reacted and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, you're spouting nonsense. If I wanted to hurt you and hurt you heavily, why would I rush over? I only needed to throw a thunderbolt pill at you and the problem would be solved. Why would I take the risk? Yi Tianhua laughed coldly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, do you think I'll believe you? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, even if you wanted to throw a thunderbolt pill, how could you see the target clearly? Since you couldn't see the target clearly, you naturally couldn't throw a thunderbolt pill. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he turned to look at Shui Zhizheng and continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Hall Master Shui, the thunderbolt pill is so precious. Yuan Weiqing naturally wouldn't want to waste it. Therefore, he chose to attack me. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak attack me when I was injured by the thunderbolt pill. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Shui Zhizheng could reply, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, you must talk nonsense. Even if the thunderbolt pill of our Nanjun Tanlei sect is precious, we will definitely be willing to use it. What you said just now is the heart of a villain. Just now, Yuan Weiqing didn't want to hurt you, so he wanted to restrain you. In the end, he was used by you and was injured by you. Yi Tianhua, you're really ruthless. Not only did you take the opportunity to injure Yuan Weiqing, but you're also speaking nonsense and blaming Yuan Weiqing. What are your intentions? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was immediately annoyed and shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, who is speaking nonsense? You said that I did it on purpose. What evidence do you have? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, with your martial arts, I don't believe that you won't be able to hold back even in a cloud of dust. Do you think we will believe your words? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, you did it on purpose. You've already injured LV Hushan, and now you've injured Yuan Weiqing. Do you need me to say what you want to do? Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth in anger. Zhong Chunren, did I do it on purpose? Don't forget, LV Hushan provoked me first, that's why I injured him. Yuan Weiqing also wanted to sneak attack me, that's why I accidentally injured him. At the end of the day, how can you blame this on me? They asked for it, that's why I hurt them. Clap clap. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and clapped his hands. Yi Tianhua, you're good at pretending. Even I almost believed you. However, it's a pity that you can't fool me. From the moment you didn't agree to my conditions, I knew that you definitely didn't have good intentions and wanted to attack us. As expected, you really did attack us. LV Hushan was injured by you, Yuan Weiqing was injured by you. Next, who do you want to hurt? Yi Tianhua heard this and shouted, Zhong Chunren, I don't want to hurt anyone. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't attack you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, you're using this as an excuse to reject our conditions, right? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I can agree, I can definitely agree to your conditions. However, I can't. No matter what, I can't agree. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, according to what you said, you won't agree to anything. Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, as long as your conditions aren't too much, I can definitely agree to your conditions. Not too much. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, what do you mean by not too much? Are my conditions too much? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, I want 1 million gold coins. You only agreed to give me 500,000 gold coins. Yi Tianhua, you have to know that I lost my son, my only son. Do you think 500,000 gold coins can get my son back? Yi Tianhua, that's impossible. 1 million gold coins isn't much. If you don't agree, does that mean that my conditions are too much? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua let out a long sigh. Zhong Chunren, I deeply sympathize with your experience. However, you have to give me some time to investigate this matter. Only after investigating this matter can I give you a satisfactory answer. This is not an excuse, I really want to do this. Don't you understand? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, stop lying to me. Is it too much for me to ask for 500,000 gold coins? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Using my son in exchange for 500,000 gold coins, do you think I will be satisfied? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I still say the same thing. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know about the news of the snow leopard in Qingling Mountain. You have to give me some time to investigate, right? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't care if you know about this matter or not. In any case, you have to compensate me. 500,000 gold coins is definitely impossible. Therefore, you have to agree to my second condition. When Yuan Weiqing heard this, he said loudly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, there is also me. My arm was cut off by Yi Tianhua. He has to compensate me as well. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded and turned to look at Yi Tianhua with a cold smile. Yi Tianhua, you heard that right? Other than my matter, you have to settle Yuan Weiqing's matter today. Otherwise, we definitely won't let you leave today. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that you're no match for me. If you attack me again and accidentally injure someone, it won't be good for either of our sects. So, you'd better think carefully about what to do about this matter. Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to think about it. You have to settle this matter for us today. Otherwise, even if I have to die with you, I definitely won't let you leave. Looking at the furious Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to do this? We don't have any enmity between us, so why do you keep targeting me? I've already done all I can for you, But you're still forcing me. Yuan Weiqing, tell me, what do you want? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, I don't want anything. I just want to tell you that today's matter must be settled today. If you don't agree, even if we have to die together, we will fight you to the end. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Shuezhizheng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, Yi Tianhua, I think you should just agree. If you don't agree to today's matter, I'm afraid it will never end. Even if you escape today, do you think you will be safe in the future? At this point, Shuezhizheng paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, this is impossible. Even if you escape today, they will probably chase you forever until they kill you. Yi Tianhua, think about it carefully. Is it worth it for you to do this? After hearing Shuezhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. He had to admit that although Shuezhizheng's words were unpleasant, they were definitely the truth. Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at the furious Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing. He was even more certain that what Shuezhizheng said would happen. Chapter 688. Shuezhizheng sighed when Yi Tianhua remained silent. Yi Tianhua, I think you should think of a way to agree. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. After hearing Shuezhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Shui, I understand what you mean and your good intentions, but I have no choice. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Shuezhizheng's reply. He scoffed coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, their conditions are so high. Even if I want to agree, where am I going to find so many gold coins to satisfy their conditions? Hall Master Shui, unless they can lower their conditions, I won't be able to do it even if I agree to their conditions. Shuezhizheng sighed when he heard Yi Tianhua's words. He knew that Yi Tianhua was speaking the truth. From the start, Zhong Chunren wanted Yi Tianhua to give him 3 million gold coins to end this matter. Yuan Weiqing demanded 2 million gold coins from Yi Tianhua for this matter, and he didn't even try to bargain. In this way, Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing's conditions had reached a terrifying 5 million gold coins. Even Shuezhizheng felt a little dizzy at the thought of 5 million gold coins. Shuezhizheng was sure that Yi Tianhua would never agree because the amount was too huge. If it were him, he would never agree to this condition either. Once Yi Tianhua agreed, it would mean that he would have to repay his debt for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Shuezhizheng sighed. He turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, can you lower your conditions a little? Say something that Yi Tianhua can accept. What do you think? Zhong Chunren was stunned when he heard Shuezhizheng's question. He then shook his head. Hall Master Shui, my conditions aren't high. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, his eyes suddenly spat out flames of anger. Without waiting for Shuezhizheng to answer his question, he coldly snorted and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, Huasheng is my only son. Now, Huasheng is leaving me. Hall Master Shui, can you understand this kind of pain? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Shuezhizheng nodded sadly. Although he had never experienced this kind of thing, he could understand it because he also had a son. If he thought about it from another perspective, Shuezhizheng would not want to lose his son no matter how much the other party offered. He would not agree no matter how many gold coins the other party offered. Shuezhizheng felt sympathy for Zhong Chunren and sighed. Zhong Chunren, I know you're upset, but I'm afraid that Yi Tianhua won't agree to your conditions. Shuezhizheng paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. Instead, he sighed and continued on his own. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. If he really wants to leave, I'm afraid none of us can stop him. If he really escapes and wants to hide, I'm afraid we won't be able to find him again. Vice Hall Master Zhong, in order to prevent that from happening, I feel that you should lower your conditions and resolve this matter. If it drags on, it'll be disadvantageous to both of us. What do you think? After hearing Shuezhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, have you forgotten what I just said? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused before continuing. Hall Master Shui, the reason Yi Tianhua did this was not just because of my son, Zhong Huosheng, but also because of the advanced craftsmen of the secret thunder sect in the south region. We've already lost 2 advanced blacksmiths. If Yi Tianhua escapes now, he'll definitely target our advanced blacksmiths again. Once he succeeds, our South County's secret thunder sect will also be in danger. At that time, what should we do? Shui Zhizheng sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, it's also because of this reason that I don't want to fall out with Yi Tianhua. I don't want to cause a conflict between our 2 sects. At that time, it won't be easy for both of us to clean up the mess. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Shui, do you really think that you can exchange the peace between our 2 sects by blindly giving in? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, let me tell you, this is impossible. Your tolerance will only make Yi Tianhua want a yard after taking an inch, making him even more unscrupulous in dealing with our Tanlei sect. Hall Master Shui, it's precisely because of this reason that we have to fight back and protect the safety of our Tanlei sect. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng frowned in confusion and asked tentatively, Zhong Chunren, what do you mean by this? What do we do to protect the safety of the Tanlei sect in the South County? Hearing Shui Zhizheng's question, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Shui, what I'm doing now is to protect the safety of our Tanlei sect in the South County. Don't you understand? Shui Zhizheng shook his head in confusion. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what did you do? Why didn't I see it? I only saw you asking Yi Tianhua for conditions. Other than that, I didn't see anything else. Hearing Shui Zhizheng's confusion, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hall Master Shui, why don't you understand? I asked for conditions from them to protect the safety of our Tanlei sect in the South County. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Shui Zhizheng to answer his question, he snorted and continued. Hall Master Shui, what's the biggest problem now? We're worried that Yi Tianhua will run away, hide, and secretly attack our Tanlei sect in the South County to slowly consume our strength. When our strength is consumed to a certain extent, Yi Tianhua will use thunderous methods to destroy our Tanlei sect in the South County. If we deliberately guard against it, not only will we waste a huge amount of our manpower and material resources, but it won't be very effective. However, if we use my method, we can easily solve this problem. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Shui, think about it carefully. I asked Yi Tianhua for 3 million gold coins, and Yuan Weiqing asked Yi Tianhua for 2 million gold coins. If Yi Tianhua agrees to the 5 million gold coins, I think that even if he wants to pay it off, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything else for the rest of his life. He can only pay off the debt. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Shui Zhizheng and sneered, Hall Master Shui, if Yi Tianhua is thinking about how to pay off the debt every day, then how will he have time to frame our Tanlei sect in the South County? At that time, since Yi Tianhua won't be able to deal with our Tanlei sect in the South County, our Tanlei sect will naturally be safe. Hall Master Shui, what do you think of my plan? Shui Zhizheng looked at Zhong Chunren with his mouth agape. After a long while, he came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, although your idea is not bad, you're taking it for granted. Speaking of this, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Vice Hall Master Zhong, think about it. If Yi Tianhua agrees to us here, what's the use of that? Even if he writes a contract, it's useless. Think about it. Just like what you said just now, if Yi Tianhua really wants to deal with our Tanlei sect in the South County, then even if he agrees to us and writes a contract for us as proof, our Tanlei sect in the South County is the target of our Tanlei sect. However, Yi Tianhua's goal is to deal with our South County's secret thunder sect. He only needs to follow the original plan and it will be fine. When his plan succeeds and he destroys the Tanlei sect in the South County, the debt between you and Yuan Weiqing will naturally disappear. Yi Tianhua's contract can be said to be useless. Speaking of this, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he sighed and continued. Vice Hall Master Zhong, so your plan is meaningless. It won't be of any use to our Tanlei sect in the South County. So, you'd better end this matter quickly and let us think of another way to deal with Yi Tianhua. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, you still don't understand what I mean. Do you think I'll simply ask Yi Tianhua to write a contract? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him, he snorted and continued. Hall Master Xue, I won't do that. Don't I know that this won't be of any use? Hall Master Xue, to tell you the truth, I'll ask Yi Tianhua to write the contract. Most importantly, I'll ask Yi Tianhua to give me the gold coins. I won't let him owe me. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng was a little puzzled. Vice Hall Master Zhong, Yi Tianhua has already said that it's impossible for him to take out so many gold coins. If you want him to give you so many gold coins, you can only let him owe you first and then write a contract. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if Yi Tianhua really had so many gold coins, he would have given them to us long ago. Why would he waste time talking nonsense with us? Even if An Hongda and Du Wudai were seriously injured by us, he didn't agree to give us the gold coins. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I'm afraid it's impossible for Yi Tianhua to pay the gold coins in one go. Yi Tianhua definitely can't take out so many gold coins, so how can you make him pay so many gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, do you really think that I'll let Yi Tianhua owe me gold coins? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he snorted and continued. If I let Yi Tianhua owe me gold coins, then wouldn't it be useless? Therefore, I'll make him pay in one day. Only then will I end this matter and let him go. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that Yi Tianhua doesn't have so many gold coins. Even if he wants to, he can't take out so many gold coins. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll let him borrow. No matter how many he borrows, I won't let him off. But he must pay me back. Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng frowned even more. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what if Yi Tianhua can't borrow? Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said with a smile, Hall Master Xue, does it have anything to do with us whether Yi Tianhua can borrow gold coins or not? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he continued. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua can choose not to pay us the gold coins he owes us. Because once he destroys the Tanlei sect in the south region, he naturally won't have to pay us. It's precisely because of this reason that I'll let him borrow gold coins everywhere. When he's in debt, he naturally won't have the time to come to the Tanlei sect in the south region. It'll be even more troublesome because he has to pay his debts. Hall Master Xue, do you think I'm right? After hearing Zhong Chunren's plan, Xue Zhizheng immediately let out a breath of cold air. If Zhong Chunren's plan was implemented, then Yi Tianhua's life would probably be over. The debt of 5 million gold coins was not so easy to pay back. Although Yi Tianhua was the boss of the South Region Shadow Alliance, the South Region Shadow Alliance was not opened by Yi Tianhua. He could not take all the gold coins for himself. Therefore, no matter how hard Yi Tianhua worked, these 5 million gold coins were enough for him to work hard for a long time. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although your plan is very good, will Yi Tianhua be willing to cooperate with us? Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua must have thought of this. Why would he be willing to borrow so many gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Master Xue, so we need your help. Xue Zhizheng was shocked. Vice Hall Master Zhong, do you mean that we have to subdue Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren nodded and said coldly, that's right. We can only force Yi Tianhua to agree to our conditions if we subdue him. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and asked with a smile, Hall Master Xue, you know my plan. I'm wholeheartedly thinking of the South Region Secret Thunder Sect. That's why I hope that you can agree to help me this time and deal with Yi Tianhua together. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and then sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you've seen Yi Tianhua's martial arts. Even if we join forces, I'm afraid we're not his match. It's harder than ascending to the heavens to subdue him. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Who knows, when we attack Yi Tianhua, we might end up like Yuan Weiqing and get seriously injured by Yi Tianhua. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 689. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Although Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong, Hall Master Xue, have you forgotten that we are from the secret Thunder sect in the South County? As long as we use the Thunderbolt pill, Yi Tianhua will definitely not be our match. Xue Zhizheng frowned when he heard this. Zhong Chunren, the Thunderbolt pill is very powerful. If we accidentally hurt Yi Tianhua, I'm afraid it will cause a fight between the two gangs. At that time, it will be terrible. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and sighed. Hall Master Xue, I know you don't want the two gangs to fight, but Yi Tianhua doesn't think so. He even hopes that the two gangs will fight so that he can benefit from it. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and sighed before continuing. Hall Leader Xue, although you have good intentions, the other party has evil intentions. We can only be ruthless to him in order to stop him. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He said with a bitter smile, Zhong Chunren, Yi Tianhua shouldn't be such a person, right? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if Yi Tianhua isn't such a person, why didn't he agree to my conditions? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua has already harmed my son, Zhong Huasheng, and cut off one of Yuan Weiqing's arms in front of you. If I say that he doesn't have evil intentions, who would believe me? Xue Zhizheng sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think that if Yi Tianhua really has evil intentions, with his martial arts, wouldn't he have restrained us long ago? Why would he talk to us for so long? Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Master Xue, you still fell for Yi Tianhua's trick. The reason why he did this was to put on an act and make us lower our guard. Then, he secretly dared to harm the secret Thunder sect in the South County. When our craftsmen are almost exhausted, I can be sure that it will be time for Yi Tianhua to make his move. If that really happens, Hall Master Xue, it would be useless for us to say anything else. Xue Zhizheng frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you saying that Yi Tianhua is pretending? Zhong Chunren nodded affirmatively. I can guarantee that Yi Tianhua won't agree to anything, but he won't offend us either. This isn't the best time yet. If our two gangs fight now, the Shadow Alliance won't necessarily win. Therefore, Yi Tianhua is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for our advanced craftsmen to be exhausted. Only then will he make his move. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, although what you said makes sense, I don't believe that Yi Tianhua is such a person. Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Master Xue, I didn't expect Yi Tianhua to be this kind of person. Otherwise, why would I invite him here today? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and sighed deeply before continuing. Hall Master Xue, my son was harmed by them. I just want to take back my compensation. This shouldn't be too much, right? However, no matter what I say, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua won't agree. He even injured Yuan Weiqing, but he still doesn't want to compensate. Hall Master Xue, do you still believe this kind of person? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance. He said loudly, Yi Tianhua, since things have come to this, why don't we have a good talk? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua was overjoyed. He quickly nodded. All right, since Hall Master Xue has spoken, I will definitely do as you say. Let's have a good talk now. Seeing that Yi Tianhua had agreed so readily, Xue Zhizheng's frown deepened. He said slowly, Yi Tianhua, our Deputy Hall Master Zhong's son was harmed by your information. You won't deny this, will you? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yi Tianhua's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, Hall Master Xue, although we were the ones who provided you with the information about Qingling Mountain, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong's son was indeed harmed on Qingling Mountain, I admit this. However, as for the information about the snow leopard, I don't know if it's true or not, so I can't give you an answer. I can only wait until I've investigated thoroughly before I can solve this problem. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was instantly enraged. He shouted sternly, "Yi Tianhua, even now, you're still quibbling. You clearly knew that there was a snow leopard on Qingling Mountain, but you didn't tell us about it. My son was harmed by the snow leopard, but you don't want to take responsibility." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he snorted coldly. He didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question and continued to speak. "Yi Tianhua, don't even think about it. You harmed my son. The fact that I didn't seek revenge on you is already out of respect for our two factions. Now, you don't even want to compensate me. Yi Tianhua, even if I have to die with you, I won't let you off so easily." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, you keep saying that your son was harmed by the snow leopard, and that he was killed by the snow leopard when he was searching for the flaming crystal. However, I didn't see this happen. How do you expect me to believe you?" Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Our Shadow Alliance has never made a mistake in terms of information. As for why we made a mistake this time, or rather, whether it was our Shadow Alliance's fault, I don't even know. How do you expect me to talk to you?" After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren roared angrily, "Yi Tianhua, are you saying that I'm lying to you?" Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Deputy Hall Master Zhong, that's not what I meant. I'm just stating facts. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly and see if it was your fault or our Shadow Alliance's fault. Then, we can come up with a corresponding countermeasure." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren turned his head to look at Xue Zhizheng. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hall Master Xue, did you hear that? Yi Tianhua said that it was my fault and that I harmed my son. Hall Master Xue, does Yi Tianhua have a conscience? Huasheng is my only son. How could I harm my only son? Hall Master Xue, you must make a decision on this matter and seek justice for me." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, do you want to settle this matter or not?" Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. "Hall Master Xue, if you were me, would you agree to Zhong Chunren's conditions without knowing the situation?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhizheng subconsciously turned his head to look at Zhong Chunren. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said in a low voice, "Hall Master Xue, you can't listen to him. This is obviously two different things. If it was someone else, I might believe him. However, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua has ulterior motives and intends to harm our Tanlei sect. If we don't find a way to restrain such a person, are we going to let him frame our Tanlei sect in peace?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him, he continued. "Hall Master Xue, we are doing this to protect ourselves. If Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, he will naturally have no time to deal with us, and we will be safe. Hall Master Xue, although we don't have any intention of dealing with the Shadow Alliance, we can't help but be on guard against them. If we let Yi Tianhua leave so easily, it would be fine if we guessed wrong. However, if Yi Tianhua really wanted to frame our South County's secret Thunder sect, then we would have missed a good opportunity. Hall Master Xue, you have to think carefully." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and asked in a low voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you keep saying that Yi Tianhua wants to harm us. Do you have any evidence?" Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "Hall Master Xue, do you need any evidence?" Now that the evidence is conclusive, they used the news of Qingling Mountain to not only harm my son, Zhong Huasheng, but also the two senior craftsmen of our Nanjun Tanlei sect. Isn't Yi Tianhua's intention obvious enough? Moreover, Yi Tianhua refused to agree to our conditions and agreed not to save his two brothers. He also wanted to go back and say that he wanted to investigate this matter. However, Hall Master Xue, if this matter were to fall on your head, would you leave your two brothers behind and leave by yourself?" Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhizheng shook his head. "No, since everyone came together, we naturally have to go back together. Otherwise, how would I tell my brothers?" Zhong Chunren nodded. "Hall Master Xue, you're right. Yi Tianhua should have done the same, but Yi Tianhua didn't do so. He chose to leave alone. What's his purpose? Although Yi Tianhua said that he wanted to go back and investigate this matter, how can we believe his actions? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. We still don't know why Yi Tianhua wants to go back, but we have to be on guard because Yi Tianhua might harm our South County's secret thunder sect. Therefore, we must think of a way to control Yi Tianhua and make him agree to our conditions. If Yi Tianhua really has no ill intentions towards us, we can slowly relax the conditions in the future or even cancel them. However, if Yi Tianhua really wants to harm our South County's secret thunder sect, then we can use these conditions to attack the South County's Shadow Alliance and buy some time for our sect. Hall Master Shui, am I wrong to do this? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing sighed in his heart. No matter what, Zhong Chuanren's words made sense. As the saying went, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one must have the heart to guard against others. No one knew why Yi Tianhua wanted to go back. Did he want to go back and investigate this matter or continue to harm the Tanlei sect? More importantly, they could not rely on luck in this matter. If they were really unlucky, then the Tanlei sect of the South County would be in danger. However, if he followed Zhong Chuanren's words, Shui Zhijing felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yi Tianhua was the leader of the South County Shadow Alliance. If this matter was not handled properly, it was very likely that it would cause a fight between the two gangs. At that time, the problem would be even more serious. Thinking of this, Shui Zhijing fell into a dilemma. On one hand, he had to listen to Zhong Chunren and restrain Yi Tianhua. On the other hand, he had to try his luck and hope that Yi Tianhua really wanted to investigate this matter. However, if he was unlucky, something big would happen to the Tanlei sect of the South County. Seeing that Shui Zhijing could not make up his mind, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Hall Master Shui, for the Tanlei sect of the South County, you have to think carefully. If Yi Tianhua really wants to harm us, it will be too late to regret it. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, I believe you. However, you have to remember that we must not hurt Yi Tianhua. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. Hall Master Shui, don't worry. As long as Yi Tianhua doesn't resist, I definitely won't hurt him. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing frowned again. Zhong Chunren, how is that possible? If we want to attack Yi Tianhua, how can he not resist? Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. I understand. So, as long as Yi Tianhua resists, don't blame us for being impolite. If we really hurt him, don't blame us. Shui Zhijing sighed. Zhong Chunren, I don't want to cause a fight between the two sects. That's why I don't want you to hurt Yi Tianhua. Don't you understand? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards our South County's Tanlei sect. If we don't do everything we can to restrain him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are strong. It's almost impossible for us to catch him without hurting him. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued. Yi Tianhua is too dangerous. We have to injure him first before we can control him. Otherwise, once Yi Tianhua senses something, I'm afraid we'll be the ones in danger. Shui Zhijing shook his head. But if it causes a fight between our two sects, wouldn't that be terrible? After hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua already has ulterior motives towards our Tanlei sect in the South County. In addition, his martial arts are much higher than ours. If we worry too much and are injured by Yi Tianhua, then our Tanlei sect in the South County will be in danger. Chapter 690. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and began to hesitate. Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong. None of the people present were his match. It could even be said that even if all the people on his side worked together, they would not be his match. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to catch Yi Tianhua without hurting him. However, if Yi Tianhua was hurt, Shui Zhijing did not want to see the result. If it caused a fight between the two gangs, it would be a big problem. Zhong Chunren saw that Xue Zhijing did not answer his question, so he hurriedly said, Hall Master Xue, don't hesitate. If we want to catch Yi Tianhua, we can only use the Thunderbolt Pill of the Tanlei sect in the South County. Other than that, it is almost impossible to catch him with our martial arts. Hall Master Xue, we can only try not to hurt Yi Tianhua now. If we hurt him, we can't do anything about it. However, we have to catch him. Otherwise, the Tanlei sect in the South County will be in danger. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing sighed and said slowly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, in that case, we will do as you say. Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing, however, we still have to be careful. If we can avoid hurting Yi Tianhua, try not to hurt him. You have to remember. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren quickly nodded. Don't worry. As long as Yi Tianhua does not resist, we will definitely not hurt him. Hearing Zhong Chunren's promise, Xue Zhijing was slightly relieved. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, let's not talk about Vice Hall Master Zhong for now. What about Yuan Weiqing? Hearing Xue Zhijing's question, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Master Xue, I just said that if Yuan Weiqing did not want to sneak attack me first, how could I hurt him? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Xue Zhijing to answer him. He snorted and continued speaking. Hall Master Xue, since he wanted to injure me first and I accidentally injured him, do you think that I should take responsibility for this? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing sighed and said slowly, Yi Tianhua, no matter what, Yuan Weiqing was injured by you, and he was injured so badly. I hope you can compensate him. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua nodded. Of course, Hall Master Xue. As long as Yuan Weiqing's conditions are not too excessive, I will definitely agree. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, I don't want our two factions to fight over this matter. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhijing nodded. Yi Tianhua, I understand what you mean. I don't want our two gangs to fight, so I hope that we can solve this peacefully. Yi Tianhua, in the underworld, even if you take a step back, it will only be good for you and not bad. If you take a step back to us today, we might take a step back to you tomorrow. Isn't that good? Yi Tianhua nodded with a smile. Hall Master Xue, you're right. As long as everyone takes a step back, everything can be solved. Xue Zhijing nodded and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He asked in a low voice, Yuan Weiqing, why don't you take a step back and solve this matter? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, as you can see, my arm is so badly injured that I've become a cripple. If I don't ask for more gold coins, what should I do in the future? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Yuan Weiqing, you're thinking too much. Even if you've become a cripple, do you think the secret thunder sect of the South region will not care about you? Xue Zhijing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing's reply and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, how can the secret thunder sect of the South region not care about you? Don't worry. Moreover, you've only injured your arm and not become a cripple. What's there to worry about? As long as I, Xue Zhijing, am here, I will never let you suffer. Yuan Weiqing, do you believe me? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, my arm is already broken, so I don't plan to stay in the secret thunder sect of the South region anymore. I want to live my own life. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and took a deep breath before continuing. Hall Master Xue, you also know that if you want to live a peaceful life, you'll need a lot of gold coins. If I don't ask for more gold coins from Yi Tianhua, what should I do in the future? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, will I ask for more gold coins from the secret thunder sect of the South region in the future? That's impossible. Even if I'm starving, I definitely won't do such a thing. Hall Master Xue, if I want to solve this problem, I can only ask Yi Tianhua to compensate me with more gold coins. Only then can I live a peaceful life. I hope you can support me. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. After a long time, he slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, isn't the amount of gold coins you want a little too much? Yi Tianhua definitely can't take out 2 million gold coins. What's more, Vice Hall Master Zhong also wants Yi Tianhua to take out 3 million gold coins. In this case, Yi Tianhua will have to take out 5 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing, think carefully. Is it possible for Yi Tianhua to take out so many gold coins? Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, Hall Master Xue, why not? As long as Yi Tianhua wants to, he will definitely be able to take out 5 million gold coins. But if he doesn't want to, he won't be able to take out 1 million gold coins. Hall Master Xue, you must not be deceived by Yi Tianhua. He has other motives now, so he won't agree to our conditions. Xue Zhizheng frowned, Yuan Weiqing, you said that Yi Tianhua has other motives. Then tell me, what is his motive? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, Hall Master Xue, do I still need to say what Yi Tianhua's motive is? Xue Zhizheng shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, you'd better tell me. Let me hear it. What is Yi Tianhua's motive? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing sighed, Hall Master Xue, until now, LV Hushan and I have been injured. Although LV Hushan's injury is lighter than mine, it has caused him to lose a lot of combat power. What about me? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and laughed bitterly before continuing, Hall Master Xue, I have been crippled by Yi Tianhua. It can be said that I have completely lost my combat power. We came here with a total of 4 people, but in such a short time, 2 of us have already been seriously injured. If this drags on, I believe that more of us will be injured. In the end, we might all be subdued by Yi Tianhua. Hall Master Xue, if that happens, I'm afraid that will be Yi Tianhua's ultimate motive. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng was shocked and asked with a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, you're saying that Yi Tianhua wants to subdue all of us? Yuan Weiqing nodded, that must be it. Hall Master Xue, don't you have any doubts? Think about it, from the start, Yi Tianhua said that he wanted to go back and investigate this matter. But after so long, has he left? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, after so long, Yi Tianhua didn't leave and is still talking to us. However, although Yi Tianhua didn't leave, we are in a bad situation. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a while before continuing, Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua wanted to leave, so we naturally wouldn't let him go. Hence, while we were obstructing him, he injured LV Hushan and me without attracting your attention. Hall Master Xue, isn't this suspicious? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, I think you're wrong. Although Yi Tianhua injured you and LV Hushan, we also injured An Hongda and Du Wudai. Is there anything wrong with that? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, no, this is very wrong. Although we injured An Hongda and Du Wudai, it didn't affect Yi Tianhua's combat power. However, Yi Tianhua injured me and LV Hushan, which really affected our combat power. It can be said that if we weren't the enemies of the secret Thunder sect in the South County and had firearms that Yi Tianhua was afraid of, I believe that Yi Tianhua would have restrained all of us and wouldn't talk nonsense with us. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. I believe that it won't be long before Yi Tianhua's next target will be you and Vice Hall Master Zhong. At that time, no matter which one of you is injured, your combat power will plummet. I think that at that time, Yi Tianhua won't need to disguise himself and will directly attack us and restrain us. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned, Yuan Weiqing, could it be that this is Yi Tianhua's real purpose? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing nodded and answered affirmatively, of course. Do I have any evidence for what I'm saying? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng was shocked and asked quickly, Yuan Weiqing, you have evidence? What evidence? Tell me quickly. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing sneered, Hall Master Xue, think about it. With Yi Tianhua's martial arts, if he wants to leave, who can stop him? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Xue, because Yi Tianhua has a purpose for staying, he can't leave. Even if his martial arts are higher than ours, he can't leave. Hall Master Shui, don't you understand? Yi Tianhua said that he wants to leave, but that's just a ploy. His real purpose is to get us to stop him, and then, when we're not paying attention, he'll injure us one by one. Once we've lost more than half of our strength, that's when Yi Tianhua will turn on us. Hall Master Shui, now you understand Yi Tianhua's real purpose for staying, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizhing's expression turned ugly. He subconsciously turned to look at Yi Tianhua, his heart filled with doubts. Could it be that Yi Tianhua's real purpose was to leave? Just like what Yuan Weiqing said, the reason why he said that he wanted to leave was not because he really wanted to leave, but because he wanted everyone to stop him so that he could take the opportunity to make a move. When everyone was not paying attention, he would exhaust the strength of his side. Seeing Shui Zhizhing deep in thought, Yuan Weiqing spoke again. Hall Master Shui, think about it. Why didn't Yi Tianhua agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions? When Shui Zhizhing heard this, he turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked curiously, do you know why Yi Tianhua didn't agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions? Yuan Weiqing nodded and sneered. At first, I didn't know either. But after so many things, I finally know that Yi Tianhua had planned all of this from the start. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Shui Zhizhing to reply and continued, Hall Master Shui, think about it. Hall Master Shui, think about it. If Yi Tianhua agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, would we still stop him from leaving? Of course not, we're not unreasonable people. Since Yi Tianhua agreed to our conditions, what reason do we have to stop him from leaving? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua naturally knows that since he agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, we'll naturally let him go. However, this isn't Yi Tianhua's purpose. He wants us to stop him from leaving so that he can take the opportunity to attack us. That's why Yi Tianhua didn't agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, because as long as he didn't agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, we won't let him go easily. This is also Yi Tianhua's plan. He took the opportunity when we stopped him to weaken our strength. Hall Master Shui, do you understand now? Vice Hall Master Zhong asked for 3 million gold coins, but Yi Tianhua said he didn't have it and refused to agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions. However, I can guarantee that even if Vice Hall Master Zhong only asked for 1 million gold coins, Yi Tianhua wouldn't agree. Because Yi Tianhua didn't want to give a single gold coin, so he naturally wouldn't agree. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizhing frowned even more. He started to believe Yuan Weiqing's words. Yi Tianhua's behavior during this period of time was almost exactly as Yuan Weiqing said. Yi Tianhua refused to agree to Zhong Chuanren's conditions and even said that he was going to leave, but he didn't. Chapter 691. Shui Zhizhing was puzzled. Could it be that Yi Tianhua was really such a person? The reason why he did not leave was because he wanted them to stop him so that he could take the opportunity to kill him? Shui Zhizhing turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance. He felt that he was not such a person, so he was even more puzzled. Although Yi Tianhua did not seem like such a person, everything he did was just as Yuan Weiqing had said. He was not wrong at all. Although Shui Zhizhing felt that his martial arts were very high, he knew very well that he was still far inferior to Yi Tianhua. Just by looking at Yi Tianhua's attack on Yuan Weiqing, Shui Zhizhing felt that even he might not be able to dodge that attack. Since Yi Tianhua had such superb martial arts, why didn't he leave? Yi Tianhua did not want to agree to Zhong Chuanren's conditions, but he did not want to leave either. What did he want to do? Was it really as Yuan Weiqing had said? Was he waiting for them to stop him? Shui Zhizhing was not sure, so he decided to test him again to see what kind of person Yi Tianhua was. If Yi Tianhua was really the kind of person Yuan Weiqing had said, Shui Zhizhing would not let him go no matter what. Thinking of this, Shui Zhizhing turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, does Vice Hall Master Zhong's matter have anything to do with your South County Shadow Alliance? When he heard Shui Zhizhing's question, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Master Shui, I admit that we were the ones who sold you the information on Qingling Mountain. However, I really don't know anything about the snow leopard. Therefore, We still have to investigate this matter thoroughly. Right now, I can't answer you. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Shui, as long as I investigate this matter thoroughly, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer in the shortest time possible. What do you think? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Shui Zhijing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, so you're saying that you don't want to admit that this is the fault of your South County Shadow Alliance? Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Master Shui, this is not a matter of admitting it or not, but what the truth is. If it is really the fault of our South County Shadow Alliance, then the answer I will give you will definitely satisfy you. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Shui Zhijing's reply. He scoffed coldly and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, if this matter is the fault of your South County's secret thunder sect, then please forgive me for not being able to promise you anything. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Shui Zhijing's eyes narrowed. He sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, do you think that this matter is the fault of the secret thunder sect in the South County? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Hall Master Shui, I don't know what's going on. That's why I want to go back and investigate. I want to know what the problem is so that I can decide what to do next. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Shui Zhijing sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you think that the matter of Deputy Hall Master Zhong's son being killed is fake? Yi Tianhua shook his head. I don't know. I only heard the news, but I didn't see the truth. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Shui Zhijing's reply and continued to speak. Hall Master Shui, for so many years, our South County Shadow Alliance has never made such a mistake, so I think there must be a problem. Moreover, the probability of us making a mistake is really small. Hall Master Shui, every time we investigate, we send more than one person. Just like this time, for the investigation of the Green Tower Mountain. For safety reasons, we sent a total of 5 experts. These 5 people went to the Green Tower Mountain together to investigate the flaming soaring rock. But after they came back, they didn't tell me that there was a snow leopard around the flaming stone. Hall Master Shui, think about it. When we were investigating Qingling Mountain, even if no one saw the snow leopard, how could the 5 of us not see the snow leopard? Hall Master Shui, don't you think it's strange? The snow leopard has its own territory. 5 people broke into its territory, but the snow leopard didn't come out to chase them away. Why is that? So, there are many suspicious points in this matter. I want to go back and investigate thoroughly to see what went wrong. Did we make a mistake, or did you make a mistake? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, are you suspecting that we're lying to you? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he turned to look at Shui Zhijing and continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Hall Master Shui, Yi Tianhua said that they sent 5 people to Qingling Mountain to investigate the flaming stone, so they can't be wrong. However, we went to Qingling Mountain to collect the flaming stone this time. How could there be so few people? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Shui, apart from my son and 2 senior craftsmen, there were also 10 craftsmen's apprentices who went to Qingling Mountain this time. Only 1 craftsman's apprentice managed to make it back. The rest were all killed by the snow leopard. Hall Master Shui, if it was only my son, it could be faked. However, so many people were killed by the snow leopard. How could it be faked? Furthermore, Huasheng is my only son. Why would I use him as a scapegoat? Losing Huasheng is equivalent to losing everything. Hall Master Shui, even if you asked me to exchange Huasheng, I would do it without hesitation. I wouldn't even frown. Hall Master Shui, think about it. Why would I use my only son to do such a thing? As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing chimed in loudly, Hall Master Shui, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. I don't think anyone would use their only son to do such a thing. After listening to their words, Shui Zhijing sighed in his heart. The reason why he believed Zhong Chunren's words and was willing to come over to help was that Zhong Huasheng was indeed Zhong Chunren's only son. There was absolutely no mistake about this. Shui Zhijing also had a son. He could guarantee that no matter how much money someone offered him, he wouldn't joke about his son. Therefore, he trusted Zhong Chunren and believed that he wouldn't lie to him. Shui Zhijing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't be sad. I will ask Yi Tianhua to compensate you accordingly. Zhong Chunren shook his head bitterly. Yi Tianhua isn't a good person. I've already suffered so much, yet he still refuses to agree to my terms. Hall Master Shui, we absolutely can't let Yi Tianhua go. We must make him agree to my and Yuan Weiqing's terms. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing also sighed. Hall Master Shui, this isn't just a matter of agreeing to our terms. We also have to use these terms to prevent Yi Tianhua from harming our Nanjun Tanlei sect. Zhong Chunren also nodded. If Yi Tianhua really wants to harm our Nanjun Tanlei sect, we really can't do anything to him. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Shui, think about it. Once Yi Tianhua leaves this place, it will be almost impossible for us to find him again. If Yi Tianhua leaves this place, he will find an opportunity to deal with us. At that time, it will be too late for us to regret it. Yuan Weiqing sighed. The most important thing is that we can't leave the news of the Nanjun Shadow Alliance. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren also sighed and said slowly, our Nanjun Tanlei sect needs too many ores to make the Thunderbolt pills, and we can't find these ores. We can only rely on the Nanjun Shadow Alliance to send us news so that we can find the ores we urgently need. But in this way, if Yi Tianhua wants to harm us, it's simply a piece of cake. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Just like what happened on Qingling Mountain this time, he only needs to send us a fake news. No, it's a real news, just like the flaming stone on Qingling Mountain. None of us can deny that there's a flaming stone on Qingling Mountain. However, if Yi Tianhua tells us that there's a new kind of ore somewhere and that there's also a monster like the snow leopard in this place, wouldn't we fall into his trap again? At that time, we'll still lose senior blacksmiths. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that as long as we go to find those ores, we must send senior blacksmiths. This also gives Yi Tianhua a chance. Yi Tianhua only needs to choose a place with ferocious beasts and tell us that there are ores just like what happened on Qingling Mountain. We'll naturally send people to look for them. At that time, I'm afraid we'll end up like Qingling Mountain. I believe that in a few times, our senior blacksmiths will be exhausted in Yi Tianhua's plan. At that time, when our strength weakens, Yi Tianhua will suddenly make a move and destroy the Tantra sect of the South County. Of course, he won't really let the Tantra sect of the South County disappear. Instead, he wants the Tantra sect of the South County to belong to him. Hall Master Shui, our only chance now is to make him agree to our conditions. As long as Yi Tianhua is disadvantageous to us, we can use this information to deal with Yi Tianhua. After hearing what the two of them said, Shui Zhizheng frowned. Although what you said makes sense, even if Yi Tianhua agrees to give us free information for 5 years, what's the use? How can we use these 5 years of free information to deal with them? At this point, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued speaking. The most important problem is that even if Yi Tianhua agrees to give us free information for 5 years, if he doesn't send us any information, we can't do anything to him. This is because we don't know how much information the Shadow Alliance has. Even if he gives us one piece of information a month, we won't notice how much information they haven't told us. More importantly, if he gives us fake information, wouldn't it be even more useless? Therefore, I feel that the free information you mentioned is meaningless. It's impossible to restrain Yi Tianhua. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Shui, you're wrong. As long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our free conditions, he won't dare to give us fake information. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Shui Zhizheng to answer him and continued speaking. Hall Master Shui, as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, we won't use the information from the South County Shadow Alliance, whether it's real or fake. Because just like you said, maybe the information is fake and deceiving us. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Zhong Chunren, since we know that the information they sent might be fake, why do we still want this fake information? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Because we won't use this information ourselves. We will use the name of the South County Shadow Alliance to sell this information to people who need it. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and snorted coldly before continuing. If the information given to us by the South County Shadow Alliance is fake, then the people we sold the information to will definitely not let the South County Shadow Alliance off. They will definitely come to settle the score with them. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing also smiled and said, Hall Master Shui, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. If there are 3 or 5 of such information, I'm afraid the South County Shadow Alliance will be very busy. At that time, even if they want to deal with us, I'm afraid they won't have a chance. Zhong Chunren smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the result we want. Once the South County Shadow Alliance sends us too much fake information, then there will be more people who will come to settle the score with them. At that time, I'm afraid that we won't even have to do anything. The South County Shadow Alliance will be killed by these people. At that time, it will be a big problem for Yi Tianhua to protect himself, let alone have the time to settle the score with us. Hall Master Shui, so as long as Yi Tianhua agrees to our conditions, we will be in an invincible position. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng frowned. Vice Hall Master Zhong, what you said just now is the result of the South County Shadow Alliance sending us fake information. At this point, Shui Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. But if the South County Shadow Alliance didn't send us fake information and their information is true, then what should we do? Hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing sneered and said, if the South County Shadow Alliance didn't send us fake information, then it's even better. We can sell this information in exchange for the gold coins we need. On the other hand, since they didn't send us fake information. Chapter 692. Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered, Hall Master Shui, even if Yi Tianhua didn't give us false information, as long as we are willing, we can use the free information he gave us to defeat the South County Shadow Alliance. At that time, HMPH, the Shadow Alliance will belong to our South County Tanlei sect. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that Zhong Chunren's conditions would have so many variations. It could even be said that once Yi Tianhua agreed to these conditions, they could almost defeat the South County Shadow Alliance with these conditions. Thinking of this, a thought suddenly appeared in Shui Zhizheng's mind. Could it be that Yi Tianhua did not agree because he saw through this problem? If that was the case, Yi Tianhua would definitely not agree to the conditions proposed by his side. This was not a simple condition. It might be the reason for destroying the South County Shadow Alliance. Seeing that Shui Zhizheng did not speak, Yuan Weiqing quickly continued, Hall Master Shui, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must not let Yi Tianhua go. Otherwise, we will definitely regret it. Shui Zhizheng sighed, Yuan Weiqing, I feel more and more that Yi Tianhua will not agree to our conditions. Once he agrees to our conditions, the South County Shadow Alliance will be in danger. After hearing Shui Zhizheng's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sighed, Hall Master Shui, why don't you understand now? Yi Tianhua is not a good person. He has been scheming to deal with our South County Tanlei sect. Can't you see this? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Shui Zhizheng to answer, he snorted coldly and continued, Hall Master Shui, you have to think carefully. Hall Master Shui, you have to think this through. If we don't attack Yi Tianhua now, he will turn around and attack us first. At that time, we won't have the chance to regret. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhizheng frowned, Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua doesn't have any ill intentions towards us, then wouldn't it be against our morals to do this? Yuan Weiqing shook his head, Hall Master Shui, this is nothing. We are only doing this to prevent Yi Tianhua from attacking us. If Yi Tianhua doesn't have any ill intentions towards us, we won't do anything to him. But if he does, we won't show any mercy. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Shui Zhizheng frowned. Yuan Weiqing, if Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards us, even if he agrees to our conditions now, when he returns, he will immediately find an opportunity to frame us. At that time, even if we know that he has ill intentions towards us, won't it be too late? Yuan Weiqing nodded, Hall Master Shui, you don't have to worry about this. If we make a move first and use the 5 years of free information to deal with the South County Shadow Alliance, even if Yi Tianhua wants to deal with us, it will be too late. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and snorted coldly before continuing. I think that as long as we make the first move, Yi Tianhua won't have the chance to make a move on us. Because, I'm afraid that we've already set a trap for him and he's in a terrible fix. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing was shocked and asked in a trembling voice, Yuan Weiqing, do you want to make a move on them first? Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, if they don't make a move on us, how can we make a move on them? Don't you think so? Xue Zhijing frowned. But, you clearly said that you want to make a move on them first. Did I hear wrongly? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Hall Master Xue, you heard wrongly. I mean, if Yi Tianhua wants to make a move on us, then we naturally don't have to show mercy. Don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing nodded and said in a deep voice, if Yi Tianhua really wants to harm us, then we naturally don't have to show mercy. At this point, Xue Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing. However, we can't be sure what Yi Tianhua is thinking now, so we can't make a move first. Otherwise, it won't be good if it really causes a fight between the two sects. Yuan Weiqing nodded. Hall Master Xue, don't worry. We won't make a move on Yi Tianhua for no reason. We won't make a move unless he makes a move first. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to reply, he continued. Hall Master Xue, the most important thing now is to get Yi Tianhua to agree to our conditions. Only then can we ensure the safety of the secret Thunder sect of the South County, don't you think so? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing sighed. Yuan Weiqing, if we can think of using 5 years of free information to deal with the South County Alliance, I believe that Yi Tianhua can think of it too, so I don't think he'll agree to our conditions. Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, it's precisely because Yi Tianhua won't agree to our conditions that we have to capture him and force him to agree to our conditions. Hearing this, Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yi Tianhua in the distance and suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I think you'd better agree to our conditions. Otherwise, if we really make a move, it won't be good for either of us. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I don't know what's going on. How can I agree to something I don't know? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to reply, he continued. Hall Master Xue, I think you'd better let me go back first and investigate this matter clearly. Then, I'll give you an answer. What do you think? In the past, when he heard Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing didn't feel anything. However, after hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhijing suddenly felt that Yi Tianhua's words were a little harsh. Yi Tianhua kept saying that he wanted to leave, but he didn't. What was the reason? Was it really like what Yuan Weiqing had said? Did he want to take advantage of the fact that they were obstructing him to weaken their strength? Xue Zhijing turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, who was seriously injured, and then at LV Hushan, who was slightly injured. He became even more suspicious. If Yuan Weiqing's guess was true, then Yi Tianhua definitely had ulterior motives. He wanted to weaken the strength of his side and then take down all of them. At that time, the dense Thunder sect of the South County would be finished. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing couldn't help but frown. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, if I let you go, what will you do? After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. After a long while, he slowly said, if Hall Master Xue is willing to let me go, then I'll be very grateful. After I go back, I'll immediately investigate this matter. I must investigate this matter clearly and see where the problem is. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him, he sighed and continued. Hall Master Xue, this matter is really too strange. Someone must have done it on purpose. I think that someone must want our South County Shadow Alliance to fight with your secret Thunder sect, and then he can take advantage of it. Hall Master Xue, I must find this person and give you a satisfactory answer. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, No, I definitely won't agree. Yi Tianhua, as long as you don't agree to my conditions, Don't even think about going anywhere. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhijing with a bitter smile. Hall Master Xue, you must believe me on this matter. Otherwise, if the bad guy succeeds, it will be terrible. Yuan Weiqing immediately let out a cold snort. Yi Tianhua, I think this bad guy should be you. You're in a hurry to leave. Do you want to go back and arrange a plan to frame our secret thunder sect as soon as possible? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, why would I have such thoughts? Why would I frame your secret thunder sect? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, everyone is doing a fair trade. I sell you information, you pay for it. If you're not willing to pay for it, then you naturally won't get the information. Do you think I have a good way to frame you? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, isn't the matter of Qingling Mountain your method? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, the news of the fire rising stone on Qingling Mountain is true. I won't deny this. However, you deliberately hid the news of the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain and said that you didn't know. You used this half-true and half-false news to harm my son, Zhong Huasheng, 2 senior craftsmen of the secret thunder sect, and more than a dozen craftsman apprentices. Yi Tianhua, you used the matter on Qingling Mountain to frame so many of us. Do you still dare to say that your news won't harm others? Yi Tianhua shook his head when he heard this. Zhong Chunren, what happened on Qingling Mountain was really a misunderstanding. I don't know what exactly happened. I'm deeply sorry that you lost so many people. It's because of this that I want to investigate what went wrong. I hope that Vice Hall Master Zhong can cooperate and let me leave here first to investigate this matter. I believe that with both of us working together, we will definitely be able to find the cause of this matter. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, what's there to investigate? You were the one who did this, so what's there to investigate? I think you want to leave because you want to set up a second Qingling Mountain incident to frame even more of us. Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown when he heard Yuan Weiqing's words. He said somewhat unhappily, Yuan Weiqing, you keep saying that I want to go back and frame you. Then tell me, what evidence do you have to prove that I was the one who did the Qingling Mountain incident? Yuan Weiqing sighed when he heard this. Yi Tianhua, how could someone as cunning as you leave any evidence behind? As long as you don't admit to this matter, we won't be able to find any evidence. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment at this point, but he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply before continuing. However, even though we can't find any evidence, we can deduce from various clues that this matter was definitely done by you. That's because you can benefit the most from it. Also, only you can do this without arousing suspicion. Yi Tianhua, if you're still a man, just admit to it. I guarantee that even if you admit to it, as long as you agree to our conditions, we won't pursue the matter. Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to our conditions, we'll let bygones be bygones. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, don't worry. I'm a man of my word. I won't go back on my word. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. Xue Zhijing saw this and hurriedly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, as long as you agree to our conditions, we'll let bygones be bygones. We won't find trouble with you anymore. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua became even more hesitant. Things had already come to this point. He could already tell that if he didn't agree to their conditions, it would be impossible for him to return safely today. Also, An Hongda and Du Wudai had been injured by them. It was simply impossible to bring them back. If he was alone here, Yi Tianhua believed that it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave this place with his martial arts. Although the other party had the Thunderbolt Pill from the South Region's Tanlei sect, Yi Tianhua didn't believe that it could stop him from leaving with just the Thunderbolt Pill. Furthermore, Yi Tianhua had already seen the power of the Thunderbolt Pill. If it was only that kind of power, Yi Tianhua believed that the people in front of him wouldn't be able to stop him. However, with An Hongda and Du Wudai, Yi Tianhua wasn't confident that he could escape safely from Zhong Chuanren's thunderbolt pill. It was also because of this reason that Yi Tianhua wasn't in a hurry to leave. If he left, he was afraid that Zhong Chunren and the others would harm An Hongda and Du Wudai. An Hongda and Du Wudai were his brothers. He would never abandon the two of them and leave this place alone. Furthermore, the main reason why An Hongda and Du Wudai had come here was to help him. If he didn't care about them, then how could Yi Tianhua face the two of them again? Therefore, Yi Tianhua decided that even if he had to leave, he had to bring An Hongda and Du Wudai with him. Chapter 693. Yi Tianhua had already thought it through. Even if he couldn't take An Hongda and Du Wudai away, he would think of a way to settle them down. Only when the two of them were safe would Yi Tianhua leave with peace of mind. It was precisely because of this reason that Yi Tianhua kept discussing with everyone to leave this place. However, Zhong Chunren had never agreed, so they were still discussing. Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at An Hongda and Du Wubao in the distance. In his heart, he wondered if Zhong Chunren would act against the two of them if he left. If the two of them were to be hung here because of this matter, then Yi Tianhua would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua sighed and said slowly, Zhong Chunren, this matter is very strange. I don't know about the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain, but your son, Zhong Huasheng, was hung on Qingling Mountain. Don't you think it's strange? Zhong Chunren, if there's another reason for this matter, won't you make the person who's playing dirty even happier by doing this? Zhong Chunren, I'm going back now to investigate this matter and reveal the truth. Do you think it's wrong to do this? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't quibble there. I think you're the only person in the South County Shadow Alliance who can do such a thing. Speaking of this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. I believe that in the South County Shadow Alliance, not everyone who can do such a thing can do this. Now that things have come to this, Yi Tianhua, what else do you have to quibble about? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment and sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Zhong Chunren was right. Although the South County Shadow Alliance was very big, it was not a simple matter to sell a piece of information. Everyone's information would need to be verified by someone to verify the truth of the matter and whether there was any error in the information. For example, the existence of flaming crystal on Green Tower Mountain. Whether or not there was flaming crystal on Green Tower Mountain, or if the location of the flaming crystal was different from what was reported, would all be investigated. It was impossible for something to be investigated only once. Since the same thing had been investigated twice, the only way to falsify it was for these two groups of people to work together. Furthermore, the first group of people might have been lucky enough to discover the flaming soaring rock but not the snow leopard. However, it was impossible for the second group of people to be so lucky as to not be discovered by the snow leopards. It was also because of this that Yi Tianhua refused to believe that he was the one at fault. What's more, whoever sent the message and who was in charge of the second investigation would be recorded. If there were any problems, these two groups of people would definitely be held accountable. It could be said that there was no need for Yi Tianhua to make things complicated when he returned. He only needed to check the records and he would immediately know who was investigating the incident on Green Tower Mountain. As long as he knew who was investigating the incident on Green Tower Mountain, he would naturally be able to find him and ask if the matter was true or false. At that time, it would be obvious what the problem was. There were two groups of people investigating the incident on Green Tower Mountain, and there were also two groups of people selling the information. One group of people was in charge of selling the information, while the other group was in charge of checking and registering the information. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for a group of people to falsify the information. The South County Shadow Alliance mainly relied on selling information, so they naturally had a complete system to prevent fake information from appearing. It could be said that after so many years, the system of the South County Shadow Alliance had almost eliminated the possibility of falsification. Unless all four groups of people falsified the information, only then could they sell fake information. However, if all four groups of people falsified the information to buy fake information, The price they had to pay was too high. Even if they obtained a certain amount of profit, it would probably not be enough for the four groups of people to share. It was precisely because of this reason that the South County Shadow Alliance had never produced fake information for so many years. Even if Yi Tianhua wanted to sell a fake piece of information, it was impossible for him to sell a piece of recorded information. Unless he fabricated a piece of information himself and sold it, then he would naturally be able to sell a piece of fake information. Just like the incident on Green Tower Mountain this time, if Yi Tianhua sold the information, then there would be no need for a second group of people to investigate. It was precisely because of this reason that in the South County Shadow Alliance, the person who was most likely to sell fake information was Yi Tianhua. As for other people, it was impossible for them to sell fake information alone under such a strict system. Seeing that Yi Tianhua did not answer his question, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, did I guess correctly? You were the one who sold this fake information to me, right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, although I might sell fake information, once outsiders find out, how can our Shadow Alliance do business in the future? Would I sell something that would destroy the South County Shadow Alliance just because of a small piece of information? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Zhong Chunren, that's impossible. How many gold coins can a piece of information be sold for? Compared to the reputation of the South County Shadow Alliance, the gold coins sold for a piece of information is negligible. It's not worth it for me to do this. Zhong Chunren, if I really do this and outsiders find out, do you know what the consequences will be? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, the South County Shadow Alliance mainly relies on selling information. Once fake information appears, I'm afraid it will cause irreparable losses. At best, it will damage the reputation of the South County Shadow Alliance. At worst, it will be difficult for the Shadow Alliance to do business in the future. As the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, Zhong Chunren, do you think I would do that? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, you're right. If your South County Shadow Alliance sells fake information, it will indeed be difficult for you to do business in the future. Perhaps your Shadow Alliance will change its profession. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. However, if you don't admit it after selling fake information, then who will know that your South County Shadow Alliance is selling fake information? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, that's right, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. If you sell fake information and no one knows, you naturally won't be responsible. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, and he suddenly sneered before continuing. Moreover, Yi Tianhua, the real purpose of you selling this fake news isn't here. You must have another purpose. Yi Tianhua shook his head. What purpose can I have? Isn't it normal for your South County Secret Thunder sect to buy information from our South County Shadow Alliance? What other purpose can I have? Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, your real purpose is to use this fake information to exhaust the strength of our South County Secret Thunder sect. Am I right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was furious and shouted sternly, Yuan Weiqing, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Don't cause misunderstandings. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, you still want evidence? Then let me ask you, if we didn't look for you about the matter of Greenling Mountain, would you have pretended not to know? Yi Tianhua frowned. Yuan Weiqing, I really don't know. Why would I pretend not to know? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. After so many years, the South County Shadow Alliance has reached a very strict state in terms of system. It's almost impossible for anyone to sell fake information unless several groups of people work together to sell fake information. However, how much gold coins can a piece of information be worth? How can it be divided among these groups of people? Therefore, it's basically impossible for the people of the South County Shadow Alliance to sell fake information. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued. In the South County Shadow Alliance, There's only one person who can easily sell fake information, and that person is you, Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua, am I right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said loudly, Yuan Weiqing, you're right. In the South County Shadow Alliance, the only person who can sell fake information is Yi Tianhua. It's almost impossible for anyone else to sell fake information. Yi Tianhua, at this point, are you still unwilling to admit that you did this? Hearing their words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, I admit that what you said makes sense, but I can guarantee that I definitely didn't do this. There must be another reason. That's why I hope that you can let me go and investigate this matter clearly. Only then can I give you a satisfactory answer. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately said loudly, No, we definitely can't rely on you to leave. This matter must have something to do with you. If we let you go and you harm our South County Secret Thunder Sect, what should we do? At this point, the Secret Thunder Sect paused for a moment before continuing. Unless you can agree to our conditions, we will only let you go. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible. Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you. Even if you return to the South County Shadow Alliance, how can you investigate? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua frowned and said in a deep voice, Of course, I'll first find out who went to Qingling Mountain to investigate this matter. Then, I'll find the investigator and ask the reason for this matter. Then, through his answer, I'll find out the truth of the problem. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, do you think it's useful for you to go back and investigate like this? Yi Tianhua looked at Zhong Chunren with some confusion. Why is it useless? By doing this, I can at least know if our people found the snow leopard when they went to Qingling Mountain. If they did, why didn't they report it? If they didn't, at this point, Yi Tianhua didn't continue. This was because if his people didn't find the snow leopard, then the problem must be with the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't lie to us. Even if you go back and ask, they will only tell you that they didn't find the snow leopard in Qingling Mountain. At that time, do you really think that the problem is with the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, since this matter isn't with the South County Shadow Alliance, then it's naturally with the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing had already shouted, Yi Tianhua, you're talking nonsense. Do you think that Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng, was harmed by Vice Hall Master Zhong? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Yi Tianhua, just because of a piece of news from you, our Vice Hall Master Zhong lost his master. Do you think that Vice Hall Master Zhong would do that? Moreover, we didn't only lose Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng, but also 2 advanced craftsmen of our Secret Thunder Sect. Yi Tianhua, do you know how difficult it is to find an advanced craftsman? Do you know what an advanced craftsman means to our Secret Thunder Sect? On Qingling Mountain, we lost 2 advanced craftsmen at once. Do you know how big a blow this is to our Secret Thunder Sect? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yuan Weiqing, why do you think that Yi Tianhua doesn't know? At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Yuan Weiqing, have you forgotten that this is a trap set up by Yi Tianhua? His goal is probably these 2 advanced craftsmen of the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County. Only by eliminating the advanced craftsmen of the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County can the strength of the Secret Thunder Sect of the South County be exhausted to the greatest extent. Only in this way can Yi Tianhua's goal be achieved. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was furious. Zhong Chunren, you're talking nonsense. What does this matter have to do with me? I don't know anything, and you won't let me go back to investigate. What do you want me to do? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,